Plato, the Republic. I went down to Piraeus yesterday with Glaucon, the son of Ariston, to offer a prayer to the goddess. Also, I wanted to watch the festival to see how they would conduct it, since this was the first time it was being celebrated. The parade of Athenians struck me as excellent, and the show put on by the Thracians was every bit as impressive, I thought. We offered our prayers, watched the festival, and then started off on our journey back to town. We were already on our way home when we were spotted by Polemarchus, the son of Cephalus. He got his slave to run after us and tell us to wait for him. The slave tugged at my cloak from behind and said, "Polemarchus says you are to wait." I turned round and asked him where his master was. "There he is," he said, "coming along behind you. Wait for him." "We will," said Glaucon. In a few moments Polemarchus reached us, with Glaucon's brother, Adimantus, Niceratus, the son of Nicias, and a few others. They had been watching the procession, apparently, and Polemarchus said, "It looks as if you're all on your way back to the city, Socrates. You're not staying, then?" "That's not a bad guess," I replied. "Do you see how many of us there are?" he asked. "Yes." "Well, then," he said, "you must either get the better of all these people or else stay here." "There is another possibility," I said. "We might persuade you that you should let us go." "And do you really think you could persuade us," he said, "if we refuse to listen?" "Of course not," said Glaucon. "In that case, make your decision on the assumption we're not going to listen." "Haven't you heard about the torch race?" Adimantus added. "This evening on horseback, in honour of the goddess." "On horseback," I said. "That's something new. Do you mean a relay race on horseback, passing torches from one to another?" "Yes," said Polemarchus, "and they're going to have an all-night ceremony as well, which should be worth watching. We can go out and watch it after dinner. There'll be lots of young people there. We can spend some time with them and talk to them. Do stay. Please say yes." "It looks as if we shall have to," said Glaucon. "If that's your decision," I said, "we shall." So we went back to the house of Polemarchus, where we found Polemarchus's brothers, Lysias and Euthydemus, as well as Thrasymachus of Chalcedon, Charmantides from the deme of Paeania, and Cleitophon, the son of Aristonymus. Also there in the house was Polemarchus's father, Cephalus. It was a long time since I'd seen him, and I found him much aged. He was wearing a garland and sitting on a sort of cushioned stool. He'd just been conducting a sacrifice in the courtyard. There was a circle of stools around him, so we sat down with him. As soon as he saw me, Cephalus started to make me welcome. "You don't often come down to visit us in Piraeus, Socrates," he said. "You should, though. If I were still strong enough to make the journey up to town without difficulty, there would be no need for you to come here. We would go to you, but as things are, you should come more often. I can assure you, speaking for myself, that the more the pleasures of the body fade, the greater becomes one's desire and taste for conversation. So do please spend some time with these young men. Do come here and visit us. Regard us as your friends, as your family even." "With pleasure, Cephalus," I replied. "I love talking to the very old. It's as if they're a long way ahead of us on a road which we too are probably going to have to travel. I feel we should learn from them what the road is like, whether it's steep and rough going, or gentle and easy. In particular, I'd very much like to hear how it strikes you, now that you've actually reached the time of life which the poets call old age, the threshold. What is your report on it? Would you call it a difficult time of life?" "I'll tell you exactly how it strikes me, Socrates. There's a group of us who meet fairly often. We're all about the same age, so we're following the words of the old proverb. When we meet, most of them start complaining. They say they miss the things they used to enjoy when they were young, and they recall their sexual exploits, their drinking, their feasting, and everything connected with those pleasures. They get upset, as if they'd suffered some great loss, as if then they had led a wonderful life, whereas now they're not alive at all. Some of them also complain about the lack of respect shown by their families towards old age, and under this heading they recite a litany of grievances against old age. I think they're putting the blame in the wrong place, Socrates. If old age were to blame, then not only would I have felt the same way about old age, but so would everyone else who has ever reached this age. And yet I've met several people who are not like this. Most notably, Sophocles, the poet. I was there once when someone asked him, "How is your sex life, Sophocles? Are you still capable of making love to a woman?" "Don't talk about it, my good sir," was Sophocles' reply. "It is with the greatest relief that I've escaped it, like escaping from a fierce and frenzied master." I thought that a good reply at the time, and I still think it a good one now. Old age is altogether a time of great peace and freedom from that sort of thing. When our appetites fade and loosen their grip on us, then what happens is exactly what Sophocles was talking about. It is a final release from a bunch of insane masters. Both in this and in your relations with your family, there is only one thing responsible, and that is not old age, but your character. For those who are civilized and contented, then even old age is only a slight burden. Otherwise, for those who are not like this, both old age and youth prove hard to cope with. I was very impressed by what he said, and I wanted him to go on talking, so I prompted him further. "I suspect most people don't believe you, Cephalus, when you say that. They think it is not your character which makes old age easy for you, but the fact that you have plenty of money. The rich, they say, have many consolations. And there's some truth in what they say, but not as much truth as they think. Themistocles' famous saying is very much to the point here. A man from Seriphos started making disparaging remarks about him and telling him that his fame was due not to his own merits, but to those of his city. Themistocles' reply was that though he himself would never have been famous if he had been born in Seriphos, neither would the other man have been if he had been born in Athens. The same applies to those who are not rich and who find old age hard to bear. In poverty, even the right temperament will not find old age altogether easy, whereas the wrong temperament, even with the aid of wealth, will never be at peace with itself. What would you say is the greatest benefit you have derived from your possession of great wealth? I said. One which many people might not be inclined to believe if I told them, but you can take my word for it, Socrates, that when you are confronted by the thought of your own death, you are visited by fear and anxiety about things which never troubled you before. The stories told about what happens in Hades, that anyone who is unjust here will have to pay for it there. Stories you once laughed at begin to trouble your mind. That's why I attach the greatest importance to the possession of money, not for everyone, but for those of good character. If you want to avoid defrauding people or lying to them, however reluctantly, or going to the world below in a state of terror after failing to pay what you owe, whether sacrifices to a god or money to a man, then the possession of money contributes in no small measure to this end. That's admirably put, Cephalus, I said. But since you've brought up the subject of justice, can we say, quite simply, that it is truthfulness and returning anything you may have received from anyone else? Or is it sometimes right to behave in these ways and sometimes wrong? Let me give you an example. Suppose you borrowed some weapons from a friend when he was in his right mind. Suppose he later went mad and then asked for them back again. Everyone would agree, I imagine, that you shouldn't give them back to him, and that anyone who did give them back, or who was even prepared to be completely truthful to someone in this condition, would not be doing the right thing. Correct, he said. This is not the definition of justice, then, that it is telling the truth and returning what you have been given. Yes, it is, Socrates, Polemarchus interrupted. At least, it is if we are to believe Simonides. I'd just like to say, Cephalus put in, that this is where I hand the discussion over to you. It's time I was doing something about the sacrifices. Well, am I not Polemarchus, your heir? You certainly are, he replied with a laugh, and went off to his sacrifices. Tell me then, I said, you who have inherited the argument, what does Simonides say about justice that you think is correct? That it is just to pay everyone what is owed to him. That's what he says, and I think he's right. Well, I said, Simonides is a wise and inspired man. It is certainly not easy to disagree with him. But what on earth does he mean by this remark? You may well know, Polemarchus. I have no idea. He obviously doesn't mean what we were talking about just now. If one person gives something to another for safe-keeping and then asks for it back when he's not in his right mind, Simonides doesn't mean that the other person should give it to him. And yet I imagine the thing which was given for safe-keeping is owed to the person who gave it, isn't it? Yes. In that situation, when someone goes out of his mind and then asks for it back, isn't returning it completely out of the question? Yes, it is. That isn't what Simonides means, apparently, when he says that it is just to pay back what is owed or due. No, it certainly isn't, he said. What he thinks is due to friends is to do them good, not harm. I understand, I replied. If one person gives back to another money which the other has given him for safe-keeping, he is not giving what is due if he is returning it and the others receiving it are harmful, and if the two of them are friends. Isn't that what you think Simonides means? Yes, it is. What about enemies? Should you give them whatever is in fact due to them? You certainly should, he said, and what is due between enemies is what is appropriate, something harmful. Simonides was speaking as a poet then, apparently, and disguising his definition of justice. What he meant, it seems, was that justice was giving any individual what was appropriate for him. But he called it what was owed. Yes, that must have been what he meant. Suppose, then, one of us had said to him, Simonides, take the art or skill which is called medicine. What does it give that is due and appropriate, and to what does it give it? What do you think his answer would have been? Obviously, he replied, he would have said it gives the body drugs and food and drink. And the art of cookery, what does it give that is due and appropriate, and to what does it give it? It gives flavour to cooked food. Very well. Then what about the art or skill which we would call justice? What does it give, and to what does it give it? Well, if we're to follow the previous definition, Socrates, it gives benefits and injuries to friends and enemies. Does he mean, then, that helping your friends and harming your enemies is justice? I think so. All right. When people are unwell, when it's a question of sickness and health, who is best at helping them if they are friends, and harming them if they are enemies? A doctor. And when they're at sea, who can best help or harm them amid the dangers of a sea voyage? A ship's captain. What about the just man? In what activity and for what purpose is he the one best able to treat his friends well and his enemies badly? In war and alliances, I think. Very well. Now, when people aren't ill, my dear Polemarchus, a doctor is no use to them. True. And when they're not at sea, a ship's captain is no use to them. No. Does that mean the just man is no use to them when they're not at war? No, I'm sure it doesn't. Justice is something useful, even in peacetime, then? Yes, it is. But then so is agriculture, isn't it? Yes, for producing crops. Yes, and shoemaking? Yes, that's useful. For producing shoes, you would say, presumably. Of course. What about justice, then? When you say it's useful in peacetime, what is it useful for? What does it produce? Contracts, Socrates. And by contracts, do you mean partnerships or something else? I mean partnerships. All right. Is the just man a good and useful partner when it comes to playing backgammon? Or would someone who plays backgammon be more use? Someone who plays backgammon would be more use. And when it comes to bricklaying or building in stone, is the just man a more useful and better partner than a builder? Of course not. Well, in what kind of partnership is the just man a better partner than a lyre player, in the way a lyre player is better at playing the notes? In partnerships involving money, I think. Unless by any chance, Polemarchus, it's a question of putting the money to some use, if you have to buy or sell a horse jointly for a sum of money. In that case, I imagine, someone who knows about horses is more use, isn't he? Apparently. And for buying or selling a ship, you would want a shipbuilder or ship's captain. So it seems. In what situation, then, requiring the joint use of silver or gold, is the just man more useful than anyone else? When there's a need to deposit money and have it kept safe? You mean when there's no need to put it to any use? You just want it to stay where it is? That's right. So it's when money is useless that justice is useful for dealing with it. It looks like it. And a pruning knife. When you want to keep it safe, then justice is useful, both in public life and in private life. But when you want to use it, then the art of viticulture is what you want. Apparently. And are you going to say the same about a shield or a lyre? That justice is useful when you need to keep them safe and not use them, but that when you do need to use them, then you want the soldier's art and the art of music? I shall have to say that. And in all other examples, justice is useless when it comes to using any of them, and useful only when they are useless? I suppose so, he said, though personally I can't any longer remember what I did say. But one thing I do think still, and that is that justice is treating your friends well and your enemies badly. By friends, do you mean the people each individual believes to be good, or those who really are good, even if he doesn't realize it? And the same with enemies. In all probability, he replied, people will like those they think are good and dislike those they think are evil. And do people ever make mistakes in this? Do they often think people are good when they're not, and vice versa? Yes, they do make mistakes. So for these people, are the good their enemies, and the bad their friends? They certainly are. Is it none the less right for these people, when this happens, to treat the wicked well and the good badly? It looks like it. And the good are just. They're not the kind of people who do wrong. True. So, according to your argument, it is right to harm those who do no wrong. Impossible, Socrates. It looks as if there's something wrong with the argument. Then it must be right, I said, to treat the unjust badly and the just well. That sounds better. In that case, Polemarchus, there are many people for whom it'll turn out, if their judgment of people has been at fault, that it is right to treat their friends badly, since their friends are evil, and their enemies well, since their enemies are good. In those circumstances, we shall end up saying the exact opposite of the definition we quoted from Simonides. Yes, he said, it certainly can turn out like that. Let's change our definition. We're probably not defining friend and enemy correctly. How are we defining them, Polemarchus? We said that the person who seemed to be good was a friend. And now, how do you want to change that definition? If someone both seems to be good and is, let's call him a friend. If he seems to be, but isn't really, let's say that he seems to be a friend, but isn't really a friend, and let the same definition apply to an enemy. On this definition, it appears the good man will be a friend, and the one who is no good will be an enemy. Yes. Do you want us to make an addition to our definition of justice? Our first definition was that it was just to help a friend and harm an enemy. Do you want us now to add to that and say that it is just to help a friend if he is good and harm an enemy if he is bad? Yes, he said, I think that would be an excellent definition. But is it really in the nature of a just man, I asked, to treat anyone in the world badly? It certainly is, he said. He should treat badly those who are wicked, his enemies. If you treat a horse badly, does it become better or worse? Worse. Worse by the standard we use to judge dogs, or the standard we use to judge horses? The standard we use to judge horses. And dogs the same. If you treat them badly, they become worse by the standard we use to judge dogs, not horses? They must do. What about humans, my friend? Are we to say in the same way that if they are treated badly, they become worse by the standard we use to judge human excellence? Certainly. But isn't justice a form of human excellence? Again, it must be. In which case, my friend, members of the human race who are treated badly must necessarily become more unjust. It looks like it. Are musicians able, by means of music, to make people unmusical? No, that's impossible. Can horsemen make people unskilled with horses by means of horsemanship? No. And can the just make people unjust by means of justice? Or, in general, can the good use human excellence to make people bad? No, that's impossible. Yes, because it's not the property of heat, I assume, to make things cold. It's the property of its opposite. Yes, nor is it the property of dryness to make things wet, but of its opposite. Yes, and it is certainly not the property of good to do harm or treat people badly, but of its opposite. Apparently. And the just man is good? Yes. In that case, Polemarchus, it is not the property of the just man to treat his friend or anyone else badly. It is the property of his opposite, the unjust man. Even in the middle of our conversation, Thrasymachus had repeatedly tried to take control of the discussion, but each time he had been prevented by those sitting round us, who wanted to hear the discussion through to the end. But when we reached this stopping place in the argument, he was incapable of remaining silent any longer. He gathered himself and sprang at us like a wild beast at its prey. Speaking up loud and clear, Thrasymachus said, "What's this nonsense that has got into you too, Socrates? Why be so obliging? Why keep giving way to one another? If you really want to know what justice is, then stop simply asking questions and scoring points by proving that any answer given by anyone else is wrong. You know perfectly well it's easier to ask questions than to give answers. Come on, why don't you give some answers yourself? Tell us what you say justice is, and don't go telling us that it's what's necessary, or what's beneficial, or what's advantageous, or what's profitable, or what's good for you. I won't take any of that stuff. No. Tell us, please, quite clearly exactly what you mean." "Don't be angry with us, Thrasymachus," I said, with some apprehension. "If Polemarchus and I are making mistakes in our examination of the arguments, I assure you we're not making them on purpose. If we're looking for gold, we wouldn't deliberately give way to one another in our search and so destroy our chances of finding it. So, since what we are actually looking for is justice, a thing more valuable than a large quantity of gold, you can't imagine we are so stupid as to make concessions to one another, and not be determined to bring it as clearly as possible into view. Believe us, my friend. The trouble is, we lack the ability. So when you clever people see our efforts, pity is really a far more appropriate reaction than annoyance." This brought an unpleasant laugh from Thrasymachus. "Oh, my God," he said, "I knew it. The famous modesty of Socrates. I predicted it. I told these people you'd refuse to give any answers, that you'd pretend to be modest, that you'd do anything to avoid answering if anyone asked you a question." "Clever of you, Thrasymachus. Clever enough to know what would happen if you were to ask someone what 12 was, but then give him a warning before he answered. Now look here, don't go telling us that 12 is twice 6, or 3 times 4, or 6 times 2, or 4 times 3. I'm not going to take any nonsense of that sort from you." It was obvious to you, I imagine, that if you asked the question in that way, no one could possibly answer it. "Is that just what you're going to do now? Are you going to give one of the answers I told you not to give?" "It wouldn't surprise me," I said, "if on reflection I came to that conclusion." "What if I give you an answer about justice which is quite different from all those other answers, a much better answer than those? What do you think should be your penalty?" "Well, obviously, the penalty appropriate to someone who doesn't know. He should learn, I take it, from the person who does know." "You innocent," said Thrasymachus. "No, you must do more than learn. You must pay me some money as well." "Very well, as soon as I have any, I will." "You do have some," said Glaucon. "If it's money you're worried about, Thrasymachus, go ahead and speak. We will all pay up for Socrates." "I'll bet you will," he said. "Anything to allow Socrates to play his usual trick, not answer the question himself, but wait for someone else to answer it, and then take what he says and try to prove it wrong." "Really, my dear fellow," I said, "how could anyone answer the question if, for a start, he didn't know the answer, didn't so much as claim to know it? And on top of that, even supposing he did have some idea on the subject, if he'd been told by a man of some authority not to say any of the things he thought. No, it makes much more sense for you to speak. You're the one who claims to know the answer and have something to say, so please, as a favour to me, don't keep your answer to yourself. Give Glaucon here and the others the benefit of your knowledge." "Hear it, then," he said. "I say that justice is simply what is good for the stronger." "Well, where's all that praise? You're not going to give it, are you?" "Yes, I will, as soon as I understand what you mean. At the moment I still don't know. What is good for the stronger, you say, is just. What do you mean by that, Thrasymachus? If Polydamas, the all-in wrestler, is stronger than us, and eating beef is good for building his body, you presumably don't mean that this food is also good and right for us, who are weaker than him." "Socrates, you're beneath contempt. You're taking what I said in the way which makes it easiest to misrepresent my meaning." "Not at all, my friend, but you'll have to tell me more clearly what you mean." "All right," he said. "You must be aware that some cities are tyrannies, some are democracies, and others aristocracies." "Of course." "And what is in control in each city is the ruling power." "Yes." "Every ruling power makes laws for its own good. A democracy makes democratic laws, a tyranny tyrannical laws, and so on. In making these laws, they make it clear that what is good for them, the rulers, is what is just for their subjects. If anyone disobeys, they punish him for breaking the law and acting unjustly. That's what I mean, my friend, when I say that in all cities the same thing is just, namely, what is good for the ruling authority. This, I take it, is where the power lies, and the result is, for anyone who looks at it in the right way, that the same thing is just everywhere, what is good for the stronger." "Now I understand what you mean," I said, "though whether or not it is true remains to be seen. So even your answer, Thrasymachus, is that what is good for a person is just, though that was an answer you told me firmly not to give. But you add the qualification, for the stronger." "A trivial addition, you may say." "That's not yet clear. It may well be an important one. What is clear is that we must examine whether what you say is true. Like you, I agree that justice is something that is good for a person, but while you qualify it as what is good for the stronger, I'm not so sure. We should examine the question. Go on, then. Examine it. I shall, I said. Tell me, don't you also say that it is right for subjects to obey their rulers? I do. And are they infallible, the rulers in all these cities? Or are they capable of making mistakes? Well, they are certainly, I imagine, capable of making mistakes. So, when they set about enacting laws, do they enact some correctly, but a certain number incorrectly? In my opinion, yes. And correctly is enacting laws which are in their own interest, and incorrectly is enacting laws which are against their own interest. Is that what you mean? Yes. But whatever they enact, their subjects must carry it out, and this is justice. Of course. In that case, according to your definition, it is not only just to do what is good for the stronger, but also its opposite, what is not good for him. What do you mean? He said. I mean what you mean, I think. Let's look at it more closely. Haven't we agreed that the rulers, in giving orders to their subjects to do anything, sometimes make mistakes about what is in their own best interest, but that it is just for the subjects to carry out whatever orders their rulers give them? Isn't that what we have agreed? Yes, he said, I accept that. Then you must also accept, I said, that we have agreed it is just to do things which are not good for the rulers and the stronger, when the rulers inadvertently issue orders which are harmful to themselves, and you say it is just for their subjects to carry out the orders of their rulers. In that situation, most wise Thrasymachus, isn't the inevitable result that it is just to do the exact opposite of what you say? After all, the weaker have been ordered to do what is not good for the stronger. Indeed they have, Socrates, said Polemarchus. No question about it. No question at all, Cleitophon interrupted, if you're acting as a witness for Socrates. Who needs a witness? Said Polemarchus. Thrasymachus himself agrees that rulers sometimes issue orders which are bad for themselves, but that it is right for their subjects to carry out these orders. Yes, Polemarchus, because carrying out orders issued by rulers was what Thrasymachus defined as just. Yes, Cleitophon, but in his definition he also said that what was good for the stronger was just. He gave both those definitions, and then went on to agree that those who are stronger sometimes tell those who are weaker, their subjects, to do what is bad for them, the stronger. It follows from these admissions that what is good for those who are stronger would be no more just than what is not good for them. When he talked about what was good for the stronger, said Cleitophon, he meant what the stronger thought was good for him. This is what the weaker must do, and that was his definition of justice. Those weren't the words he used, said Polemarchus. It's neither here nor there, Polemarchus, I said. If those are the words Thrasymachus is using now, let's take it in that sense. Tell me, Thrasymachus, was that how you wanted to define justice, as what the stronger thinks is good for him, whether it really is good or not? Is that what we should take you to be saying? Certainly not, he said. Do you imagine I regard a person who makes a mistake at the moment when he is making the mistake as stronger? That's certainly what I thought you meant when you agreed that rulers are not infallible, that they sometimes make mistakes. You're always trying to trick people, Socrates, in the way you argue. I mean, if someone makes a mistake in treating the sick, do you call him a doctor by virtue of the actual mistake? Or an accountant who makes a mistake at the precise moment when he is making his mistake by virtue of this mistake? No, I think that's just the form of words we use. We say, the doctor made a mistake, the accountant made a mistake, the teacher made a mistake. But the reality, I think, is that none of them, to the extent that he is what we call him, ever makes a mistake. In precise language, since you like speaking precisely, no one who exercises a skill ever makes a mistake. So the ruler, to the extent that he is a ruler, does not make mistakes, and since he does not make mistakes, he does enact what is best for him, and this is what his subject must carry out. So, as I said originally, my definition is that it is just to do what is good for the stronger. Very well, Thrasymachus, I said. So you think I'm a trickster, do you? I certainly do. You think I've been asking the questions I have been asking with the deliberate intention of winning the argument unfairly. I'm quite sure of it. It won't do you any good, though. You can't use unfair arguments without my noticing, and once I notice what you're up to, you don't have the resources to defeat me in open argument. As if I'd even dream of trying. But since we don't want this situation to arise again, could you make one thing clear? When you say it is right for the weaker to do what is good for the stronger, do you mean the ruler and the stronger in normal usage, or in the precise sense you were talking about just now? I mean the ruler in the most precise sense possible. Tell me then, you were talking just now about the doctor in the precise sense. Is he a businessman or a healer of the sick? And make sure it's the true doctor you're talking about. He's a healer of the sick. What about a ship's captain? Is a ship's captain, in the correct sense, a master of sailors or a sailor? A master of sailors. It's not an objection, I take it, that he sails in the ship. Nor is he for that reason to be called a sailor, since the title ship's captain does not depend on his sailing, but on his art or skill, and his authority over the sailors. True, he said. And for each of these, is there something which is good for him? Yes. Doesn't the art or skill come into existence for just this reason, to seek out and provide what is good for each person? Yes, it does. For each of these skills, then, is there anything else which is good for it, apart from being as perfect as possible? I don't understand your question. Suppose you asked me if it was enough for the body to be the body, or whether it needed something else. I would reply, it certainly does need something else. That's the reason why the art of medicine has come to be invented, because the body is defective and therefore not self-sufficient. So the art of medicine was developed to provide it with the things which were good for it. Do you think I'd be right in giving that answer, or not? Yes, I think you'd be right. What about medicine itself? Is that defective? Does any art or skill, for that matter, stand in need of some virtue or excellence, in the way that eyes need sight and ears need hearing, and sight and hearing require an art or skill to preside over them, an art or skill which will think about and provide what is good for them? Is there any defect in the actual art or skill itself? Isn't the art or skill itself, in the precise sense, without fault or blemish, if it is correct, so long as it is entirely what it is? And when you answer, use words in the precise sense you were talking about. Is it as I have described, or not? It is as you have described, he said. Apparently. In that case, I said, the art of medicine does not think about what is good for the art of medicine, but what is good for the body. Yes. And horsemanship does not think about what is good for horsemanship, but what is good for horses. Nor does any art or skill think about what is good for itself. It has no need to. No, it thinks about what is good for the thing of which it is the art or skill. Apparently. But surely, Thrasymachus, arts and skills control and have power over the objects of which they are the arts and skills. He conceded this, though with great reluctance. In which case, there's no branch or knowledge which thinks about or prescribes what is good for the stronger, but only what is good for the weaker, for what is under its control. He agreed to this too, in the end, though he tried to resist it. And when he did agree, I continued, Isn't it a fact that no doctor, to the extent that he is a doctor, thinks about or prescribes what is good for the doctor? No. He thinks about what is good for the patient. After all, it was agreed that a doctor, in the precise sense, is responsible for bodies. He's not a businessman. Isn't that what was agreed? Thrasymachus assented. And that the ship's captain, in the precise sense, was in command of sailors, not a sailor. Yes, that was agreed. So a ship's captain or commander of this type will not think about or prescribe what is good for the ship's captain, but what is good for the sailor, for the person under his command. He agreed, though reluctantly. And so, Thrasymachus, I said, no one in any position of authority, to the extent that he is in authority, thinks about or prescribes what is good for himself, but only what is good for the person or thing under his authority, for whose benefit he himself exercises his art or skill. Everything he says, and everything he does, is said or done with this person or thing in mind, with a view to what is good and appropriate for the person or thing under his authority. With these words, I thought I had finished what I had to say, but I was wrong. Apparently, it was only an introduction. Glaucon is an extremely determined character in everything he does, and on this occasion he refused to accept Thrasymachus's surrender. "Socrates," he said, "do you really want to convince us that it is in every way better to be just than unjust, or is it enough merely to seem to have convinced us?" "I would prefer," I said, "really to convince you, if I had a choice." "In that case," he said, "you are not achieving your aim. Tell me this. Do you think there is a good of the kind we would choose to have because we value it for its own sake, and not from any desire for its results? Enjoyment, for example, and pleasures which are harmless and produce no consequences for the future beyond enjoyment for the person who possesses them." "Yes," I said, "I do think there is a good of this kind." "What about the sort we value both for itself and for its consequences, things like intelligence and sight and health? We value goods of this sort, I imagine, for both reasons." "Yes," I said. "And can you distinguish a third class or category of good?" he asked. "A class which contains physical exercise, undergoing medical treatment when we are ill, practicing medicine, and earning a living in general. These we would describe as unpleasant but beneficial. We would not choose to have them for their own sakes, but only for the payment or other benefits which result from them." "Yes," I said, "there is this third class as well. What of it?" "In which of these classes," he asked, "do you put justice?" "In my opinion," I replied, "it is in the best class, the class which is to be valued by anyone who wants to be happy, both for itself and for its consequences." "That's not what most people think," he said. "Most people would put it in the unpleasant class, which we should cultivate in return for payment and reputation on account of public opinion, but which purely for itself is to be avoided like the plague." "I know that's what they think," I said. "Thrasymachus criticized it and praised injustice on those grounds some while back. But I'm a slow learner, apparently." "Well," he said, "listen to me as well, and see if you agree with what I suggest. I think Thrasymachus too readily allowed himself to be bewitched by you, like a snake being charmed by a snake charmer. As far as I'm concerned, the proof is not yet convincing, either for justice or injustice. I want to be told what each of them is, and what effect it has just by itself. when it is present in the soul. I want to forget about the rewards and results it brings. So here's what I'm going to do, if you've no objection. I'm going to revive Thrasymachus's definition. First, I shall say what kind of thing people reckon justice is, and how they think it arises. Secondly, I shall claim that all those who practice it do so as something unavoidable, against their will, and not because they regard it as a good. Thirdly, I shall say that this is a rational way for them to behave, since the unjust man, in their view, has a much better life than the just man. These are not my own opinions, Socrates, but I'm going to make the most powerful speech I can in defence of the unjust life, and I want to hear you, in your turn, criticising injustice and defending justice. There you are. See if you approve of my suggestion. I'd like nothing better, I replied. That's good, he said. Now, listen to the first thing I said I was going to talk about. What sort of thing justice is, and how it arises. Doing wrong, men say, is by its nature a good, and being wronged an evil. But the evil of being wronged outweighs the good of doing wrong. As a result, when people wrong one another, and are wronged by one another, and get a taste of both, those who are unable to avoid the one and achieve the other think it'll pay them to come to an agreement with one another not to do wrong and not to be wronged. That's how they come to start making laws and agreements with one another, and calling lawful and just that which is laid down by the law. They say that justice is a compromise between the best case, which is doing wrong and getting away with it, and the worst case, which is being wronged and being unable to retaliate. The easiest way to see that it is true is to imagine something like this. Suppose we gave each of them, the just and the unjust, the freedom to do whatever he liked. Suppose they had the kind of power they say the ancestor of Gyges the Lydian once had. They say he was a shepherd, and that he was a serf of the man who was at that time the ruler of Lydia. One day there was a great rainstorm and an earthquake in the place where he grazed his sheep. Part of the ground opened up, and a great hole appeared in it. He was astonished when he saw it, but went down into it. And the legend has it that among many marvels he saw a hollow horse made of bronze, with windows in it. Peeping through them, he saw inside what appeared to be a corpse, larger than human, wearing nothing but a golden ring on its hand. They say he removed the ring and came out. The shepherds were having one of their regular meetings so that they could give the king their monthly report on the flocks, and the man turned up as well, wearing the ring. As he sat with the rest of them, he happened to twist the setting of the ring towards him into the palm of his hand. When he did this, he became invisible to those who were sitting with him, and they started talking about him as if he had gone. He was amazed and twisted the ring again, turning the setting to the outside. As soon as he did so, he became visible. When he realized this, he started experimenting with the ring to see if it did have this power, and he found that that was how it was. When he turned the setting to the inside, he became invisible. When he turned it to the outside, he became visible. Once he had established this, he lost no time arranging to be one of those making the report to the king. When he got there, he seduced the king's wife, plotted with her against the king, killed him, and seized power. Imagine there were two rings like that, and the just man wore one, while the unjust man wore the other. People think that no one would be sufficiently iron-willed to remain within the bounds of justice. No one could bring himself to keep his hands off other people's possessions and steer clear of them if he was free to take whatever he liked without a second thought, in the marketplace or go into people's houses and sleep with anyone he liked, or if he could kill or release from prison anyone he chose, and in general go round acting like a god among men. This is a strong argument, you might say, for the claim that no one is just voluntarily, but only under compulsion. Justice is not thought to be a good thing for individuals, since wherever anyone thinks he can do wrong, he does do wrong. Every man believes injustice to be much more profitable for the individual than justice, and he will be right to think this, according to the person putting forward this view. Anyone who came into possession of the kind of freedom I have described, and then refused ever to do anything wrong, and did not lay a finger on other people's possessions, would be regarded by observers as the most pathetic and brainless of creatures, though, of course, in public they would praise him, lying to one another because of their fear of being wronged. That's all I have to say about that claim. As for the choice between the lives of the people in question, the only way we can make it properly is by contrasting the completely just man with the completely unjust man. How shall we contrast them? Like this. We will subtract nothing either from the injustice of the unjust man or from the justice of the just man. Let's assume, if the unjust man is going to be really unjust, that he goes about his wrongdoings in the right way and gets away with it. The one who gets caught is to be regarded as incompetent, since perfect injustice consists in appearing to be just when you are not. We must credit the completely unjust man, then, with the most complete injustice. To the person who commits the greatest wrongs we must not deny, in fact we must grant, the enjoyment of the greatest reputation for justice. That is our model of the unjust man. Beside him, let us put our imaginary just man, a simple and honourable man who wants, in Aeschylus's words, not to appear to be good, but to be good. We must deprive him of the appearance, since if he appears to be just, the appearance of justice will bring him recognition and rewards, and then it will not be clear whether his motive for being just was a desire for justice or a desire for the rewards and the recognition. So we must strip him of everything but justice. We must put him in a situation which is the opposite of our previous example. Despite doing nothing wrong, he must have the worst possible reputation for injustice. Let him live out his life like this, without any change until the day of his death, appearing to be unjust, though actually being just. And if both their situations are as I have described, it shouldn't be beyond us, I imagine, to give a full account of the kind of life which awaits each of them. So that is what I must do now. What Aeschylus said turns out to be a much more accurate description of the unjust man, who wants not to appear to be unjust, but to be unjust. In the first place, they will say, he can be a ruler in his city because of his reputation for justice. Secondly, he can marry where he likes, give his daughters in marriage to whom he chooses, and make contracts and partnerships with anyone he wishes. Besides all this, he finds it easy to make himself a rich man, since he has no compunction about acting unjustly. That is why, they say, he is successful in political and legal disputes, both public and private, and why he gets the better of his enemies. By getting the better of them, he grows rich and can help his friends and harm his enemies. He can make full and generous sacrifices and offerings to the gods, and is much better able than the just man to serve the gods and that part of mankind whom he chooses to serve. As a result, they claim, he is in all probability more likely than the just man to be the god's favourite. Well, I said, that was certainly an inspired performance. To be able to speak like that in favour of injustice, without being convinced it is a better thing than justice, and I believe you when you say you are really not convinced, though from what you actually said I wouldn't have believed you. The trouble is, the more firmly I believe you, the less certain I am what to do next. I can't defend justice. I don't think I have the ability. I say that because you have rejected the arguments by which I thought I had proved to Thrasymachus that justice was something better than injustice. On the other hand, I can't not defend her, since I can't help feeling it is wrong to stand idly by when I hear justice coming under attack, and not come to her defence for as long as I have breath in my body and a tongue in my head. Well, Glaucon and the rest of them insisted that they wanted me to make a defence and not abandon the argument. So I adopted what seemed to me the best approach. The inquiry we are undertaking is not a simple matter. If you ask me, it requires sharp eyesight, and since we are not clever people, I think we should conduct our search in the same sort of way as we would if our eyesight were not very good, and we were told to read some small writing from a bit of a distance away, and then one of us realized that a larger copy of the same writing, apparently, was to be found somewhere else, on some larger surface. We would regard it as a stroke of luck, I think, to be able to read the large letters first, and then turn our attention to the small ones, to see if they really did say the same thing. "We certainly would," said Adeimantus, "but where can you see anything like that in our search for justice?" "I'll tell you," I said. "We say that there is justice in an individual, but also, I take it, justice in a whole city?" "Yes." "And a city is something bigger than an individual?" "Yes, it is." "In that case, maybe justice will be on a larger scale in what is larger and easier to find out about. So, if you approve, why don't we start by finding out what sort of thing it is in cities? After that, we can make a similar inquiry into the individual, trying to find the likeness of the larger version in the form the smaller takes." "I think that's a good idea," he said. "Suppose, then," I said, "we were to study the theoretical origin of a city. Would we also see the origin in it of justice and injustice?" "We might," he said. "And if we do that, is there a chance that what we are looking for will be easier to find?" "Yes, much easier." "You think, then, that this is a task we should attempt to complete? I suspect it is a fairly major undertaking. So you decide." "We have decided," said Adeimantus. "Go ahead." "Very well," I said. "The origin of a city lies, I think, in the fact that we are not, any of us, self-sufficient. We have all sorts of needs. Can you think of any other reason for the foundation of a city?" "No, I can't." "In this way, then, different individuals may form associations with one person to meet one need, and with another person to meet a different need. With this variety of wants, they may collect a number of partners and allies into one place of habitation, and to this joint habitation we give the name city, don't we?" "Yes, we do." "Does one person share with another when he does share, or does he accept a share, because he thinks it is better for him personally?" "Yes, he does." "Right, then," I said. "Let's construct a hypothetical city from the beginning. It is the product, apparently, of our needs." "Of course." "And the first and most important of those needs, if we are to exist and stay alive, is the provision of food." "Unquestionably." "Second comes the need for housing, and third, the need for clothing and things like that." "That is right." "Well, then," I said, "how will our city be equal to meeting these requirements? Won't it just be one farmer, plus a builder, plus a weaver? Or should we add a shoemaker as well, and anyone else who provides for physical needs?" "Yes, we should." "So the most basic city would have to consist of 4 or 5 men." "It looks like it." "Well, then, will a single individual do better exercising a number of skills, or will each do best concentrating on one?" "Concentrating on one," he replied. "And another thing. It is clear, I think, that if you let the right moment for a task pass by, the task suffers." "Yes, that is clear." "That is because the task in hand will not wait for the person doing it to have a spare moment. So it is essential that whoever is doing it should concentrate on it and not regard it as a hobby." "Yes, it is essential." "It follows from this that in any enterprise more is produced, and that it is better and more easily produced, when one person does a single task which is suited to his nature, and does it at the right time, keeping himself free from other tasks." "It certainly does." "Then it will take more than 4 citizens, Adeimantus, to provide for the needs we were talking about. The farmer, it appears, will not make himself a plough with his own hands, not if it's going to be a good plough, nor a hoe, nor any of his other farming implements. No more will the builder, who also needs a number of tools, and the same goes for the weaver and the shoemaker." "True." "So carpenters and bronzesmiths and a whole lot of skilled workers of that kind will become partners in our little city and make the place quite crowded. They will. All the same, it still won't be all that large, even if we add cattlemen, shepherds and other herdsmen, so that the farmers can have oxen for ploughing, and so that builders as well as the farmers will be able to use animals for carrying materials, and so that weavers and shoemakers can have hides and wool. It certainly won't be a small city, he said, if it contains all that. That's not all, I said. It will be more or less impossible to locate the city itself in a place where it won't need imports. Quite impossible. So it will require yet more people in addition to bring it the things it needs from some other city. It will. What is more, if their agent goes empty-handed, taking nothing which meets the needs of the people from whom they are importing the things they are short of, then he will come back empty-handed, won't he? I think so. So, in their own economy, the citizens must not only provide adequately for themselves, they must also produce the right kind of goods, and in large enough quantities, for the people they need to trade with. Yes, they must. So, our city needs more farmers and more workers in other occupations. Yes, and more agents as well, presumably, the ones who are going to do all the importing and exporting. These people are merchants, aren't they? Yes. So we shall need merchants as well. Definitely. And if our trade is by sea, we shall need a large number of other people as well, experts on seafaring. Yes, a large number. What about trade in the city itself? How will each group share its production with others? That, after all, was our reason for forming an association and establishing a city. Well, obviously, he said, by buying and selling. That will give rise to a marketplace and a currency, a unit of exchange for transactions. Undoubtedly. But when the farmer or member of one of the other occupations brings to market part of what he produces, he may not arrive there at the same moment as those who need to exchange goods with him. Is he going to sit around in the marketplace, taking time off from his work? Certainly not, he said. There are people who identify this need and make themselves available for this activity. In a well-run city, they tend to be the weakest physically, those who are useless for any other kind of work. They have to wait around there in the marketplace, receiving goods in exchange for money from those who have something to sell, and then again money in return for goods from all those who want to buy. So, this is the need, I said, which brings dealers into our city. Don't we call people dealers if they sit in the marketplace offering a selling and buying service, whereas those who travel round the cities we call merchants? We do. And there is still another group of people, I think, offering a service. We certainly would not want them as partners or associates for their mental attributes, but they possess physical strength suitable for manual labour. This they offer for sale, and the price they put on it they call their hire. That, I imagine, is why they in turn are called hired labourers. Isn't that right? Yes. So hired labourers, it seems, will also go to fill up our city. I think they may. Well then, Adeimantus, is our city now large enough? Is it complete? Maybe it is. In which case, where exactly are justice and injustice to be found in it? In which of the elements we have examined have they made their appearance? Speaking for myself, Socrates, he said, I've no idea, unless I suppose it is in some sort of need which those elements have of one another. I think that may be the right answer, I said. We must examine it without hesitation. Let's look first at the way people will spend their time in an economy of this kind. Won't it be that they produce bread and wine and clothing and shoes? They will build themselves houses. In summer they will go about their work lightly clad and barefoot, and in winter they will be properly clothed and shod. They will live on barley meal and wheat flour, kneading and baking these. They will have fine barley cakes or wheat loaves served on reeds or fresh leaves. They will eat lying on straw beds covered with bryony and myrtle. They can live very well like this, they and their children, drinking wine after their meals, wearing garlands on their heads, and singing the praises of the gods. They will live quite happily with one another. They will have no more children than they can afford, and they will avoid poverty and war." At this point Glaucon interrupted. "No art of cookery, apparently, for these people you describe as living so well?" "That's a good point," I said. "I forgot that they will have the art of cookery. Obviously they will use salt and olives and cheese, and they will boil the usual country dishes of wild roots and vegetables. And for dessert we can offer them figs and chickpeas and beans, and they will roast myrtle berries and acorns in front of the fire with a modest amount to drink. In this way, living lives which are peaceful and in all probability healthy, they will die in old age, handing down the same way of life to their descendants." "If you were organising a city of pigs, Socrates, isn't that just how you would feed them?" "Well, what sort of meals should we give them, Glaucon?" I asked. "The kind we're used to. If they're going to eat in comfort, they should lie on couches, eat off tables, and have the cooked dishes and desserts which people today have." "I see," I replied. "So we're not just looking at the origin of a city, apparently. We're looking at the origin of a luxurious city. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. If we look at that sort of city, we may perhaps see the point where justice and injustice come into existence in cities. I think the true city, the healthy version, as it were, is the one we have just described. But let's look also at the swollen and inflamed city, if that is what you prefer. We can easily do that. What's to stop us? All this, and this way of life, will not, it seems, be enough for some people. They will have couches and tables and other furniture in addition, and cooked dishes, of course, and incense, perfumes, call-girls, cakes, every variety of all these things. As for those needs we talked about at the beginning, we can no longer prescribe only the bare necessities, housing, clothing, and shoes. We must introduce painting and decoration, and start using gold and ivory and all those sorts of things, mustn't we? Yes. So, once again, we must enlarge our city, since our first healthy city is no longer big enough. We must fill it with a great mass and multitude of things which are no longer what cities must have as a matter of necessity. For example, we must have hunters of all kinds, artists, all those using figure and colour for their imitations, and those using music, poets and their assistants, reciters, actors, dancers, producers, and the makers of all sorts of goods, especially those used for making women look beautiful. What's more, we shall need more people in service. Don't you think we shall need attendants for our sons, wet nurses, nannies, hairdressers, barbers, not to mention cooks and chefs? And besides those, we shall need people to keep pigs as well. We didn't have them in our earlier city, since there was no need for them, but in this city there will be a need for them, as also for all sorts of other livestock, in case anyone wants them to eat. Isn't that right? Of course. And living like this, will we have much greater need of doctors than we did before? Yes, much greater. What is more, I imagine the territory, which was originally adequate to feed the original population, will no longer be adequate. It will be too small. Do we accept that? Yes. Do we need, then, to carve ourselves a slice of our neighbour's territory, if we are going to have enough for pasturage and ploughing? And do they in turn need a slice of our land, if they too give themselves up to the pursuit of unlimited wealth, not confining themselves to necessities? They're bound to, Socrates. And will the next step be war, Glaucon? Or what? War. Let us say nothing for the moment, I said, about whether the effect of war is harmful or beneficial. Let us merely note that we have discovered in its turn the origin of war. War arises out of those things which are the commonest causes of evil in cities, when evil does arise, both in private life and public life. Yes, our city needs to be even bigger, my friend, and not just a bit bigger. We must add to it a whole army which can go out and fight against invaders and defend all our wealth and the other things we were talking about just now. What about the citizens themselves? Aren't there enough of them? No, I said, not if we were right, you and the rest of us, in what we agreed earlier when we were forming our city. Surely we agreed, if you remember, that no individual was capable of practicing several arts or skills properly. True. Well, how about fighting in battle, I asked. Don't you think that is essentially an art or skill? Very much so, he said. And should we regard the art of shoemaking as more important than the art of war? No? Well then, we didn't allow our shoemaker to try and be a farmer as well, or a weaver or builder. He had to be a shoemaker to make sure the business of shoemaking was carried out properly. In the same way, we assigned a single task to each member of the other occupations, the task he was naturally suited to and for which he would keep himself free from other tasks, working at it throughout his life and taking every opportunity to produce good results. Isn't it of the highest importance that warfare should be carried on as efficiently as possible? Or is war so easy that any farmer, any shoemaker, or any practitioner of any art or skill can be a soldier as well? Even to be a decent draughts or dice player, you have to have been playing since you were a child. It can't be done in your spare time. So how can you pick up a shield or any other weapon or instrument of war and immediately be equipped to take your place in the battle line, or in any of the other sorts of fighting which occur in time of war? Think of other instruments. There isn't one of them that will turn a person into a craftsman or athlete simply by being picked up, or that will be of any use to him if he has no expertise or has not had enough practice in handling it. No, he said. There'd be extremely valuable instruments if you could. Since the guardian's job, then, I said, is the most important, it must correspondingly call for the greatest freedom from other activities, together with the highest level of expertise and training. That's certainly my opinion, he said. And also, of course, a natural disposition suited to precisely this way of life? Of course. And it would be our job, apparently, if we are capable of it, to choose which dispositions and which kinds of dispositions were suited to the defence of the city. That would indeed be our job. Heavens, I said, that's a major responsibility we have taken upon ourselves. All the same, as far as our abilities permit, we must try not to back out of it. Yes, we must. Well then, I said, when it comes to acting as a guardian, don't you think that in his disposition a young man of good birth is like a young pedigree hound? In what way? Well, for example, each of them needs acute senses, speed in pursuit of what they detect, and strength as well, in case they catch it and have to fight with it. Yes, he said, they need all these qualities. Plus courage, of course, if he is to fight well. Of course. But is any living creature likely to be brave, whether horse or dog or anything else, if it doesn't have a spirited and energetic nature? Haven't you noticed what an irresistible and unconquerable thing spirit is? With spirit, any living creature is fearless and invincible in the face of any danger. Yes, I have noticed that. As for the physical characteristics required of a guardian, then, they are obvious. Yes, and the mental requirement is that he should be spirited or energetic. Yes, that too. And do you think the person who is going to be guardian material needs another quality as well? Do you want him, as well as being spirited and energetic, to be also, by temperament, a lover of wisdom, a philosopher? What do you mean? I don't understand. It's another thing you see in dogs, I replied, something which makes you wonder at the animal. What is that? When it sees someone it doesn't know, a dog turns nasty, even though it hasn't been badly treated by him in the past. When it sees someone familiar, it welcomes him, even if it has never been at all well treated by him. Haven't you ever found that rather remarkable? I'd never really thought about it up to now, he said, But I think there's no doubt a dog does behave like that. It seems clever, this side of his nature. It seems to show a true love of wisdom. In what way? Because, I replied, it classifies what it sees as friendly or hostile solely on the fact that it knows one and doesn't know the other. It must be a lover of knowledge if it defines friend and enemy by means of knowledge and ignorance. Yes, he said, it must. And are love of knowledge and love of wisdom, or philosophy, the same thing? They are. So can we say with some confidence of a man, too, that if he is going to be someone who is gentle towards those he knows and recognizes, he must, by his nature, be a lover of knowledge and of wisdom? We can. Then will the person who is going to be a good and true guardian of our city be a lover of wisdom, spirited, swift, and strong? He certainly will. Very well then, I said. What is the next question we have to decide? Isn't it which of these people are to rule and which be ruled? Unquestionably. Is it obvious the rulers should be older and those who are ruled younger? Yes, it is. And that the rulers should be the best among them? That too. Among farmers, aren't the best ones the ones who most possess the attributes of a farmer? Yes. So in this context, since we are looking for the best of the guardians, must they not be the ones who most possess the attributes of a guardian of the city? Yes. And for this purpose do they have to be wise, powerful, and above all devoted to the city? They do. And people are most devoted to whatever it is they love. Bound to be. And they love most what they believe to have the same interests as themselves, the thing whose success or failure they think results in their own success or failure. True, he said. Then we must select from the guardians the kind of men who on examination strike us most strongly their whole lives through as being utterly determined to do what is in the city's interests, and as refusing to act in any way against its interests. Yes, they should be the people we want. I think we should observe them at all ages to make sure they are the guardians and defenders of this belief, and that neither magic nor force can make them forget and jettison their conviction that they should do what is best for the city. What do you mean by this jettisoning? He asked. I'll tell you, he said. I think our minds can lose a belief either with or without our consent. With our consent, when it's a false belief and we learn better, without our consent in the case of all true belief. I understand the loss which is with our consent, but the loss which is without our consent I need to have explained to me. Really? Don't you agree with me that what is good can be taken away from people only without their consent, whereas what is bad is taken away with their consent? Isn't being deceived about the truth something bad, and knowing the truth something good? And don't you think that having a belief which agrees with the way things are is knowing the truth? You're right. When people lose a true belief, it is without their consent. And is that a question of theft, or magic, or force? Once again, I'm afraid I don't see what you mean. I seem to be making myself about as clear as a tragic poet, I said. By theft, I mean people who are talked into changing their minds, and people who forget. Either the passage of time or some process of argument takes away their belief without them realizing it. You do see what I mean now, I hope. Yes. By force, I mean those whom pain or grief causes to change their beliefs. Yes, I understand that as well, he said, and I agree. As for magic, you would also accept, I imagine, that there are people whose beliefs change because they are seduced by pleasure, or because there is something they are afraid of. Yes, all the things which deceive us do look like a form of magic. So, as I said just now, we must look for those who are the best defenders of their conviction that in any situation they must do what they think is in the city's best interests for them to do. From their earliest childhood we must watch them and set them the kind of tasks which can make them lose sight of this aim and lead them astray. Then we must choose the ones who remember their aim and are not easily led astray. Those who are led astray we must reject, mustn't we? Yes. As a second type of test, we must give them hardship, pain, and trials, and in all of them look for the characteristics we want. Correct, he said. Then we must have a third type of test, a test for magic, and watch their reactions to that. Just like people taking young colts close to loud and confused noises to find out if they are easily frightened, we must expose our guardians, when they are young, first to danger and then to pleasure. We must test them like gold in the fire, only more so. Does this one stand out in every situation as immune to magic and worthy of respect? Is he a good guardian of himself and the musical education he has received? Does he show qualities of rhythm and harmony in all the tests we set him? Is he the kind of person who would be the greatest use to himself and the city? From our children, from our young and grown men, the one who under constant testing emerges as pure is the one who should be appointed as a ruler and guardian of our city. We should heap honours on him in life and in death, and when it comes to burial and other memorials, he should receive the greatest tributes. The one who fails the tests we should reject. Well, Glaucon, so much for my views on the selection and appointment of the rulers and guardians. It's only a general outline, of course, and not a precise specification. I think my views are pretty much the same as yours, he said. In that case, aren't these really the people who can most accurately be called full guardians, making sure friends within do not want to harm it, and enemies without are not able to harm it? The young people whom we have been calling guardians up to now we can call auxiliaries, the defenders of the ruler's beliefs. I agree. In that case, I said, how can we contrive to use one of those necessary falsehoods? We want one single noble lie which will be believed by everybody, including the rulers ideally, but failing that, the rest of the city. What kind of thing do you mean? A very familiar story of Phoenician origin. In the past, so the poets tell us and we believe, it happened in several places, but it has not happened in our time, and I don't even know if it could happen. People would take a lot of persuading. You seem a bit reluctant to tell your story, he said. With good reason, as you will see when I do tell you. Don't worry, he said. Tell it. Very well, I will, though I don't know how I shall have the nerve or find the right words. I have to try and persuade, first of all, the rulers themselves and the soldiers, and then the rest of the city, that the entire upbringing and education we gave them, their whole experience of it, happening to them, was, after all, merely a dream, something they imagined, and that in reality they spent that time being formed and raised deep within the earth, themselves, their weapons, and the rest of the equipment which was made for them. When the process of making them was complete, the earth, their mother, released them, and now it is their duty to be responsible for defending the country in which they live against attack, just as they would defend their mother or nurse, and to regard the rest of the citizens as their brothers, born from the earth. No wonder you were so embarrassed about telling us your lie. Yes, I had good reason, I said, but you must listen to the second half of the story as well. You are all brothers, our story will tell them, all of you in the city, but when God made you, he used a mixture of gold in the creation of those of you who were fit to be rulers, which is why they are the most valuable. He used silver for those who were to be auxiliaries, and iron and bronze for the farmers and the rest of the skilled workers. Most of the time you will father children of the same type as yourselves, but because you are all related, occasionally a silver child may be born from a golden parent, or a golden child from a silver parent, and likewise any type from any other type. The first and most important instruction God gives the rulers is that the thing they should be the best guardians of, the thing they should keep the most careful eye on, is the compound of these metals in the souls of the children. If their own child is born with a mixture of bronze or iron in him, they must feel no kind of pity for him, but give him the position in his society his nature deserves, driving him out to join the skilled workers or farmers. On the other hand, any children from those groups born with a mixture of gold or silver should be given recognition and promoted either to the position of guardian or to that of auxiliary. There is a prophecy, God tells them, that the end of the city will come when iron or bronze becomes its guardian. Well, that's the story. Can you think of any possible way of getting people to believe it? No, he said, not the actual people you tell it to, but their children might, and their children after them, and the rest of the population in later generations. Even that might help them to care more about the city and one another. I think I see what you're getting at. Anyway, let that turn out as popular belief and tradition will have it. Our job now is to arm these earth-born warriors of ours and lead them forth with the rulers at their head. Let them go and look for the best place in the city to put their camp, a place from which they can most easily control their own citizens, if any of them refuse to obey the laws or repel any external threats in the event of some enemy coming down on them like a wolf on the fold. When they have set up their camp, they can sacrifice to the appropriate gods, and then organize their sleeping accommodation. Does that sound right? Yes, he said. Should it be the kind of accommodation which will give them adequate shelter, both in winter and summer? Of course. This is their home you're talking about, I take it? Yes, I said, but a home fit for soldiers, not for businessmen. What is the difference in your view? I'll try and tell you. When shepherds are breeding dogs as protectors of their flocks, the worst possible disaster and disgrace, I imagine, is to breed dogs whose nature and training are such that lack of discipline, hunger, or some fault of character leads them to try to attack the sheep themselves and start behaving like wolves instead of dogs. Yes, of course, that's a disaster. In that case, we must guard in every way we can against our auxiliaries doing the same sort of thing to the citizens. After all, they are stronger than the citizens. We don't want them behaving like savage masters instead of friendly allies. Yes, we must guard against that, he said. Won't the best insurance against this be for them to have received a really good education? But they have received one, he said. And I said, we can't be sure of that, my dear Glaucon. What we can be sure about is what we have just been saying, which is that when it comes to gentleness, both to themselves and to those under their protection, then the right education, whatever that may be, is the key. Yes, we're right to be sure of that. In addition to this education, an intelligent observer may say the guardian should be furnished with housing and a general standard of living which will not hinder them from becoming the best possible guardians, and which will give them no encouragement to do wrong in their dealings with the rest of the citizens. He may say that, and he'll be quite right. Well then, I said, do you agree with some suggestions about the way they should live and be housed, if this is what we want them to be like? In the first place, no one is to have any private property beyond what is absolutely essential. Secondly, no one is to have the kind of house or storeroom which cannot be entered by anyone who feels like it. For their subsistence, which should meet the needs of self-disciplined and courageous warrior athletes, they should impose a levy on the rest of the citizens, and receive an annual payment for their role as guardians, which leaves them with neither a surplus nor a deficiency. They should live a communal life, eating together like soldiers in camp. As for gold and silver, they should be told they already have in their souls all the time the divine gold and silver, given to them by the gods. They have no need of human gold in addition, and it is sacrilege to contaminate the divine gold they possess by adding to it a mixture of the perishable gold, since the gold in circulation among ordinary people has been the cause of much evil, whereas their own gold is pure. To them alone, out of the city's population, is it forbidden to handle or touch gold or silver, or be beneath the same roof, or wear it as jewellery, or drink from gold or silver cups. In this way they will be kept safe, and they will keep the city safe. Once they start acquiring their own land, houses, and money, they will have become householders and farmers instead of guardians. From being the allies of the other citizens, they will turn into hostile masters. They will spend their whole lives hating and being hated, plotting and being plotted against. Their fears of enemies inside the city will be much more numerous and more acute than their fears of enemies outside the city. Both they, themselves, and the city will be heading at full speed towards imminent destruction. For all these reasons, shall we say that our guardians are to be provided with the housing and way of life we have described? Are these the laws we should enact, or not? They certainly are, said Glaucon. I take it our city, if it has been correctly founded, is wholly good. It can't help being. Clearly, then, it is wise, courageous, self-disciplined, and just. Clearly. Then, as we find each of these elements in it, those we have not yet found will constitute the remainder. Of course. With any four things, if we were looking for one of them in some place or other, and it was the first thing we caught sight of, that would be enough for us. But if we identified the other three first, then the one we were looking for would, ipso facto, have been identified as well, since clearly it could then only be whatever was left. You're right, he said. It's the same for us now. Since there actually are four elements, should we conduct our search in the same way? Yes, obviously. Well, I think the first one to catch the eye is wisdom, and it seems to have an unusual feature. What is that? It is truly wise, I think, this city we have described. It has good judgment, doesn't it? Yes. Now, this thing, judgment, is clearly knowledge of some sort. Good decisions, I take it, are the result of knowledge, not ignorance. Obviously. But our city contains many types of knowledge, of very different kinds. Of course it does. Is it the knowledge possessed by carpenters which entitle us to call our city wise and say it possesses good judgment? Certainly not, he said. That merely entitles us to call it good at carpentry. So a city is not to be called wise because of its knowledge and judgment in making the best possible wooden furniture. Absolutely not. How about its knowledge of making things out of bronze, or any other knowledge of that kind? No, nothing like that, he said. Nor the knowledge of how to grow crops from the soil, since that's called farming. So I believe. Is there, then, I asked, among any of the citizens of this city we have just founded, any branch of knowledge which makes decisions about the city as a whole, deciding on the best policy towards its own members and towards other states, and not about one particular element in the city. There most certainly is. What is this knowledge, and in which group is it to be found? It is the knowledge possessed by the guardians, he said, and it is to be found in the rulers, whom we have just been calling the perfect guardians. And what is the label you give your city on the strength of this knowledge? I call it sound in judgment and truly wise. So, which do you think our city will have more of, metal workers or these true guardians? Metal workers, he said, far more. Of all the groups which have a branch of knowledge of their own, and which are identified as a group, wouldn't the guardians be the smallest? Easily the smallest. In which case, the wisdom of a city founded on natural principles depends entirely on its smallest group and element, the leading and ruling element, and the knowledge that element possesses. The class which can be expected to share in this branch of knowledge, which of all branches of knowledge is the only one we can call wisdom, is by its nature, apparently, the smallest class. That's very true, he said. Well, that's one of the four things we were looking for, and we've not only found it, I'm not quite sure how, but also found whereabouts in the city it is located. Nothing much wrong with the way it was found, as far as I'm concerned, he said. Courage next. It is not hard to see both the thing itself and the part of the city in which it is located, the part which gives the city the name courageous. Explain. No one classifying a city as cowardly or brave would look at any other part of it than the part which makes war in the city's defence and serves in its army. Yes, that's the only part anyone would look at, he said. I think the reason for that, I said, is that the cowardice or bravery of the rest of the population would not be enough to make the city itself cowardly or brave. No, it wouldn't. That leaves two things for us to identify in our city, I said. One is self-discipline. The other is the object of our entire investigation, justice. Yes. Well, is there some way we can find justice without having to bother about self-discipline? I don't know, he said. I wouldn't want it to make its appearance too soon, if that means giving up the search for self-discipline. If I have any say in the matter, please examine self-discipline first. Very well. My first impression is that it is more like a harmony or musical mode than the other two. In what way? Self-discipline, I take it, is a kind of order. They say it is a mastery of pleasures and desires, and a person is described as being in some way or other master of himself. And there are other clues of the same sort in the way it is talked about, aren't there? Indeed there are, he said. But isn't the phrase master of himself an absurdity? The master of himself must surely also be slave to himself, and the slave to himself must be master of himself. It's the same person being talked about all the time. Of course. What this way of speaking seems to me to indicate is that in the soul of a single person there is a better part and a worse part. When the naturally better part is in control of the worse, this is what is meant by master of himself. It is a term of approval. But when as a result of bad upbringing or bad company the better element is too small and is overwhelmed by the volume of the worse element, this is a matter for reproach. They call a person in this condition a slave to himself and undisciplined. Yes, I think that is what it indicates, he said. Now, if you take a look at this new city of ours, you will find one of these situations prevailing. You will admit that it can quite legitimately be called mistress of itself. if something in which the better rules the worse can be called self-disciplined and master of itself. Yes, when I take a look at our city, he said, you are right. But you also find the whole range and variety of desires, pleasures, and pains, particularly in children, women, slaves, and among so-called free men in the majority of ordinary people. You certainly do. Whereas simple, moderate desires, which are guided by rational calculation, using intelligence and correct belief, are things you come across only among a few people, those with the best natural endowment and the best education. True, he said. Well, do you see the same qualities in your city? Are the desires of the ordinary majority controlled by the desires and wisdom of the discerning minority? Yes, they are. So, if any city can be called the mistress of its pleasures and desires, and mistress of itself, this one can. It certainly can, he said. In which case, can't we also call it self-disciplined in all these respects? Very much so. What is more, if agreement is to be found among rulers and ruled in any city about which of them is to rule, it is to be found in this one. Don't you think? I couldn't agree more. Well then, when they agree in this way, in which of the two groups of citizens will you say the self-discipline is located, in the rulers or in the ruled? In both, I suppose. See what a plausible prediction we made just now, I said, when we compared self-discipline to a harmony of some sort. Explain. It is not the same as courage and wisdom. Each of those was located in a particular part, yet one of them made the whole city wise, and the other made it brave. Self-discipline does not operate in the same way. It extends literally throughout the entire city, over the whole scale, causing those who are weakest, in intelligence, if you like, or in strength, or again in numbers, wealth, or anything like that, together with those who are strongest, and those in between, to sing in unison. So we would be quite justified in saying that self-discipline is this agreement about which of them should rule, a natural harmony of worse and better, both in the city and in each individual. I quite agree, he said. Very well. 3 of the qualities have been identified in our city, or such is our impression at any rate. What can the remaining quality be which allows a city to share in excellence? Because clearly this is going to be justice. Clearly. Now, Glaucon, this is the moment for us to position ourselves, like huntsmen in a ring round the thicket. We must concentrate and make sure justice does not escape. We don't want it to vanish and disappear from view. It's obviously here somewhere, so keep your eyes open and try your hardest to see where it is. If you see it first, give me a shout. Some hope, he said. No, I'm afraid the only help I'm going to be to you is if you want a follower, someone who can see things when they're pointed out to him. Say a prayer then, and follow me. I will. Just you lead the way, he said. The place is impenetrable, I said, and full of shadows, and it's certainly dark. Not an easy place to dislodge our quarry from. Still, we must go on. Yes, we must. And then I caught sight of it. "Ha-ha! Over here, Glaucon!" I cried. "This looks like the trail. I think our quarry is not going to escape us after all." "That's good news," he said. "We've been complete idiots." "In what way?" "We're fine ones. It's been lying here under our noses all this time. The principle we laid down right at the start when we first founded our city as something we must stick to throughout. This, I think, or some form of it, is justice. The principle we laid down, and often repeated, if you remember, was that each individual should follow out of the occupations available in the city, the one for which his natural character best fitted him. Yes, we did say that. And we have often heard others say, and have often said ourselves, that doing one's own job and not trying to do other people's jobs for them is justice. Yes, we have said that. Well, it looks, my friend, as if in some way or other justice is this business of everyone performing his own task. Do you know what makes me think that? No? Tell me. I think the remaining element in the city, besides the virtues we've been looking at, self-discipline, courage, and wisdom, is the thing which gave all the others the power to come into being, and the thing whose continued presence keeps them safe once they have come into being. We said earlier that justice would be the one left over if we could only find the other three. Yes, it would have to be, he said. Now, if we had to decide, I said, which of these elements would do most to make our city good by its inclusion, that would be a difficult decision. Is it the agreement of the rulers and the ruled? Or the preservation in the ranks of the warriors of an opinion approved by law about which things are to be feared and which are not? Or the wisdom and protectiveness we find in the rulers? Or does the largest contribution to making the city good come from the presence, in child and woman, slave and free man, in skilled craftsman, ruler and ruled, of the principle that each single individual is to perform his own task without troubling himself about the tasks of others? Yes, that would be a difficult decision, he said. Bound to be. So, as a means of producing an excellent city, the ability of everyone to perform his own function is apparently a strong competitor with the city's wisdom, self-discipline, and courage. Very much so. Now, see if you agree with me about the next step. If a carpenter tried to do the job of a shoemaker, or a shoemaker the job of a carpenter, either because they exchanged tools and positions in society, or because one person tried to do both jobs, do you think in general that changes of this sort would do much harm to the city? No, not really, he said. But I imagine it's different when someone who is naturally a skilled worker or businessman of some kind is puffed up by wealth, popularity, strength, or something like that, and tries to enter the warrior class, or when one of the warriors tries to enter the decision-making and guardian class without being up to it. If these people exchange tools and positions in society, or if one person tries to do all these jobs at the same time, then I think you will agree with me that this change and interference on their part is destructive to the city. Yes, it certainly is. It is the interference of our three classes with one another, then, and interchange between them, which does the greatest harm to the city, and can rightly be called the worst crime against it. Absolutely. Isn't injustice the name for the greatest crime against one's own city? Of course. That, then, is what injustice is. Conversely, its opposite, the ability of the commercial, auxiliary and guardian classes to mind their own business, with each of them performing its own function in the city, this will be justice, and will make the city just. Yes, I think that's exactly how it is, he said. And is a just man just, Glaucon, in the same way a city was just? He is. We haven't at any point forgotten, I hope, that the city was just when each of the three elements in it was performing its own function. No, I don't think we've forgotten that, he said. In that case, we must also remember that each one of us will be just and perform his own proper task when each of the elements within him is performing its proper task. Yes, we must certainly remember that. Isn't it appropriate for the rational element to rule because it is wise and takes thought for the entire soul, and appropriate for the spirited element to be subordinate, the ally of the rational element? Yes. Won't a combination, as we said, of musical and physical education make these two elements concordant? They will bring the rational part to a higher pitch with their diet of improving stories and studies, while at the same time toning down the spirited part by gentle encouragement, calming it by means of harmony and rhythm. They certainly will, he said. When these two elements are brought up on a diet of this kind, when they truly receive the teaching and education appropriate to them, then the two of them will exercise control over the desiring element, which in any individual is the largest element in the soul, and left to itself the most insatiable where material goods are concerned. They will keep a close eye on it to make sure the satisfaction of the body's so-called pleasures doesn't encourage it to grow great and strong, stop performing its own function, and throw the life of all of them into confusion by its attempt to enslave and rule over elements which it is not naturally equipped to rule over. They will indeed, he said. A very close eye. Aren't these two elements also the best defenders, for body and soul in their entirety, against external enemies? One makes the decisions, the other does the fighting, under the leadership of the ruling element, using its courage to put those decisions into effect. True. The title brave, I think, is one we give to any individual because of this part of him, when the spirited element in him, though surrounded by pleasures and pains, keeps intact the instructions given to it by reason about what is to be feared and what is not to be feared. Rightly so, he said. And the title wise, because of that small part which acted as an internal ruler and gave those instructions, having within it a corresponding knowledge of what was good, both for each part and for the whole community of the three of them together. Exactly. What about self-discipline? Isn't that the result of the friendship and harmony of these three? The ruling element and the two elements which are ruled agree that what is rational should rule, and do not rebel against it. Yes, that's exactly what self-discipline is, he said, both for a city and for an individual. And a person will be just, finally, by virtue of the principle we have several times stated. It determines both the fact and the manner of his justice. Yes, inevitably. In that case, I said, do we find justice looking at all blurred round the edges? Does it seem any different to us from what it was when it showed up in the city? Not to me, it doesn't. In which case, do you still want justice to be anything more than this power which can produce both men and cities of this calibre? No, that's more than enough for me, he said. In that case, we have seen the final realization of our dream. Our suspicion that our very first attempt at founding our city might possibly, with a bit of divine guidance, have hit upon both the origin and some sort of model of justice. Yes, we certainly have seen its realization. So this principle, Glaucon, that if you are a shoemaker by nature you should confine yourself to making shoes, if you are a carpenter you should confine yourself to carpentry, and so on, really was a kind of image of justice, which is why it was so useful to us. Apparently so. But the truth is that although justice apparently was something of this kind, it was not concerned with the external performance of a man's own function, but with the internal performance of it, with his true self and his own true function, forbidding each of the elements within him to perform tasks other than its own, and not allowing the classes of thing within his soul to interfere with one another. He has, quite literally, to put his own house in order, being himself his own ruler, mentor, and friend, and tuning the three elements just like three fixed points in a musical scale, top, bottom, and intermediate. And if there turn out to be any intervening elements, he must combine them all and emerge as a perfect unity of diverse elements, self-disciplined and in harmony with himself. Only then does he act, whether it is a question of making money or taking care of his body or some political action or contractual agreements with private individuals. In all these situations, he believes and declares that a just and good action is one which preserves or brings about this state of mind, wisdom being the knowledge which directs the action. An unjust action, by contrast, is any action which tends to destroy this state of mind, ignorance, in its turn, being the opinion which directs the unjust action. You're absolutely right, Socrates. Well then, I said, if we were to say we had found the just man, and the just city, and what justice really was in them, we couldn't be said to be totally wide of the mark, in my view. The only question now remaining for us to answer, it seems, is which is more profitable: just actions, good behaviour, and being just, whether the just person is known to be just or not, or unjust actions, and being unjust, even if the unjust person gets away with it and never reforms as a result of punishment. Now that justice and injustice have turned out to be the kinds of things we've described, that seems an absurd question, if you want my opinion, Socrates. When the body's natural constitution is ruined, life seems not worth living, even with every variety of food and drink and all manner of wealth and power. Is someone's life going to be worth living when the natural constitution of the very thing by which he lives is upset and ruined, even assuming he can then do anything he likes, apart from what will release him from evil and injustice and win him justice and virtue? You're right, I said. It's an absurd question. Still, now that we've got to the point of being able to see as clearly as possible that this is how things are, this isn't the moment to take a rest. No, he said, the last thing we should do is to show any hesitation. This way, then, if you want to see what I believe to be the forms taken by vice, the ones worth looking at, anyway. I'm right behind you, he said. Speak on. Well, now that we've got this far in our discussion, I said, it looks, from my vantage point, as if there is a single form of virtue and any number of forms of vice, of which 4 are worth mentioning. Please explain, he said. If you think how many types of political regime there are with their own specific form, I said, that's probably how many types of soul there are. And how many is that? 5 types of political regime, I said, and 5 types of soul. Tell me which they are, he said. All right. I would say that one type of regime is this one we have just described, though there are 2 names it might be given. It might be called monarchy if one exceptional individual emerges among the rulers, or aristocracy if several emerge. True. This one, then, I class as a single form, I said. It makes no difference whether it is several who emerge or an individual. Given the upbringing and education we have described, they would not disturb any of the important laws of the city. No, that wouldn't be sensible, he said. I was about to embark on a systematic account of the way I thought the various categories developed out of one another, when Polemarchus, who was sitting a little bit away from Adeimantus, reached out a hand and took hold of his cloak up at the shoulder. Drawing Adeimantus towards him, he leaned forward and started whispering to him. All we could hear of it was, "What shall we do? Shall we let it go?" "No," Adeimantus replied out loud. "What, in particular," I asked, "do you not want to let go?" "You." "What in particular that I have said?" "We think you're taking the lazy way out, short-changing us out of a whole line of thought, and an important one, in the argument, to save yourself the trouble of explaining it. You think that when it comes to women and children, You can get away with a casual remark to the effect that friends will hold things in common, as if no one could be in any doubt about this. Wasn't what I said correct, then, Adeimantus? Yes, it was, he said, but like the rest of our correct statements, it needs some explanation. What do you mean by common? There are lots of possibilities, and you're not going to get away without telling us which one you mean. We've been sitting around here patiently, assuming you were bound to say something about the production of children, what their practice will be in this regard, and how they will bring the children up once they are born, and this whole business you've suggested of women and children being in common. We think it's of great, indeed crucial importance for our state whether this is done in the right way or the wrong way. So when you started to deal with another regime before settling these questions in a satisfactory way, we made the decision you heard us making, not to let you go until you have given a full description of this topic, like the other topics. Count me in as well, said Glaucon, as a joint proposer of this motion. Take it as a unanimous decision, Socrates, Thrasymachus added. In that case, I said, I'd better go back and deal now with something I should perhaps have dealt with earlier, in its rightful place. Our intention, I take it, was to make the men in our hypothetical city into some kind of guardians of the herd. Yes. Shall we follow that up, then, by giving them a birth and upbringing consistent with this role? Shall we see whether or not that suits our purpose? What do you mean? I mean this. Do we think female watchdogs should do their share of watching in the same way as male watchdogs? Should they do their share of hunting and join in other activities? Or do we think that bearing and raising puppies makes them incapable of doing their share? Do we expect the females to stay at home indoors while the males do the work and have the whole responsibility for the flocks? We think they should join in everything, he said. We treat the females as weaker, though, and the males as stronger. Well, then, is it possible to employ one animal for the same tasks as another without giving it the same upbringing and training? No, it's not possible. So, if we're going to employ women for the same tasks as men, we must give them the same teaching. Yes. The education we gave men had a musical and poetic element, and a physical element. Yes. So women, too, should receive these two disciplines, plus military training, and they should be treated in the same way. It looks like it, he said, from what you've been saying. Much of what we are saying now is pretty unconventional. It may well seem absurd if our suggestions are really going to be put into practice. Indeed, it may. What do you find the most absurd thing about it? Isn't it, obviously, the idea of women taking exercise naked along with men in the wrestling schools? Not just young women, but older ones as well, like the old men you find in the gymnasiums. They're all wrinkled, and by no means a pretty sight, but they still retain an enthusiasm for taking exercise. Yes, he replied, that would certainly look pretty absurd, at least the way things are at present. Well, now that we've brought the subject up, we mustn't be afraid of all the standard jokes we'd hear from humourists if we introduce changes of that sort in physical exercise, in musical and poetic education, and particularly in carrying arms and riding on horseback. You're right, he said. And since we have brought it up, we must get on to the difficult business of legislation, with a request to these comedians to be serious. We don't mind them not performing their own proper function. We can remind them that it is not so very long since the Greeks thought it immoral and absurd, as most foreigners still think it, for men to be seen naked. When first the Cretans and then the Spartans started exercising naked, all that became a legitimate target for the humourists of the day. Don't you agree? I do. I take it that once experience showed that you can do all these activities better, stripped, than wearing clothes, then too the perception of absurdity evaporated in the face of public recognition of what was best. It became clear that only a fool regards as laughable anything other than what is bad. Anyone who tries to be amusing by pointing at any spectacle other than the spectacle of folly and wickedness must quite seriously have set himself some standard of beauty other than that of the good. Exactly, he said. Well then, if we want a woman to become guardian material, we shall not have one education for making men guardians and another for making women guardians, shall we? Particularly when they have the same natural attributes to start with. No, we shall have the same education for both. Now, here's another point I'd like your opinion about. What is that? Whether you feel in your own mind that one man is better and another man is worse. Or do you think all men are the same? No, I certainly don't. Well then, in the city we founded, which do you think we shall find turn out the better men? The guardians who have received the education we described, or the shoemakers trained in the art of shoemaking? Well, that's a fatuous question, he said. I see. What about the rest of the citizens? Aren't the guardians better than all of them? Much better. What about the women? Won't the women guardians be the best of the women? Again, he said, much the best. Is there anything better for the city than for it to have its women and its men alike become as good as possible? No, there isn't. And will this be brought about by the availability of musical and physical education of the kind we described? Of course. So our arrangements are not only feasible, but also in the best interests of our city. Yes. They must strip, then, the women among our guardians. Virtue will be their cloak. They must play their part both in war and in being the guardians of the city in general. That and nothing else. And of those tasks, women should be given lighter ones than men, because their sex is weaker. Absolutely. Can we say, then, that in our provisions for the legal position of women we have survived the first wave of criticism? In laying down that our male and female guardians should in all respects lead a common life, we have not been completely overwhelmed. That's certainly no small wave you have survived, he said. You won't think so when you see the next one. Go on, then. Let me see it. I believe that this law and the others which preceded it imply a further law. What law? That all these women shall be wives in common for all these men, that none of them shall live as individuals with any of the men, that children in turn shall belong to all of them, that no parent shall know its own child, no child its own parent. Yes, he said, when it comes to scepticism about the feasibility or utility of this proposal, that is a much larger wave than the first. I don't imagine there could be any disagreement about its utility. No one would deny that, if it is possible, having wives in common and children in common is a major benefit. But on the question of its feasibility or otherwise, I suspect there would be a lot of disagreement. There'd be plenty of disagreement, he replied, on both counts. Be that as it may, for the moment I'll assume our proposals are feasible. With your permission, I want to examine the way the rulers will organize these things when they do happen, and show that putting them into practice would be of the greatest possible benefit to the city and its guardians. I want you to help me make a thorough examination of those questions first, and leave the other questions until later, if that's all right with you. It's all right, he said. Begin your inquiry. Very well. It will be your job, just as you selected the men, so now to select the women as well, as similar as possible in nature, and allocate them to the men. Since houses and dining halls will be communal, and no one will possess any private property of this kind, the sexes will live in close proximity, and in this state of universal proximity, both in their physical education and in the rest of their upbringing, their natural instincts will inevitably, I think, lead them into having sex with one another. Or don't you regard that as inevitable? Well, it's not a mathematical inevitability, but it's a sexual inevitability, and for the majority of people that is probably a keener agent of persuasion and attraction. Much keener, I said. Now for the next point, Glaucon. In the city of the blessed, haphazard sexual intercourse is unholy. Like haphazard behaviour of any kind, the rulers will not allow it. No, because it is wrong. Clearly, the next step is for us to do everything we can to make marriages as sacred as possible. And it'll be the most useful marriages which are the sacred ones. Absolutely. What will make them the most useful? Tell me something, Glaucon. I've noticed that as well as hunting dogs you have a fair number of purebred birds in your house. Isn't there one thing you surely must have noticed about their unions and production of children? What sort of thing? He asked. For a start, though they are all purebred, aren't some of them the best? Don't they prove themselves to be? Yes, they do. Do you, in that case, breed from all of them alike, or are you careful to breed as much as possible from the best? I breed from the best. What about age? Do you breed from the youngest or the oldest? Or do you breed as far as possible from those in their prime? From those in their prime. If the breeding is not handled like this, do you think your stock of birds and dogs will greatly deteriorate? Yes, I do. What about horses and other animals? I asked. Do you think they're in any way different? No, that would be absurd. Help! I exclaimed. We're going to need some extremely expert rulers, my dear friend, if the same applies to the human race as well. Well, it certainly does apply, but why do they have to be expert? I'll tell you. The probability is that our rulers will need to employ a good deal of falsehood and deception for the benefit of those they are ruling. On the principles we have agreed, the best men should have sex with the best women as often as possible, whereas for the worst men and the worst women it should be the reverse. We should bring up the children of the best, but not the children of the worst, if the quality of our herd is to be as high as we can make it. And all this has to happen with no one, apart from the actual rulers, realizing it, if our herd of guardians is also to be as free as possible from dissension. Quite right. In that case, we must legislate for some festivals, at which we shall bring together the brides and their grooms. We must have sacrifices, and our poets must compose hymns appropriate to the unions which are taking place. We must have lotteries, and pretty ingenious ones, so that every time there is a marriage, the inferior type we want to exclude will blame chance, rather than the rulers. They'll have to be extremely ingenious, these lotteries of yours. Presumably, those among the young men who are outstanding in war or any other sphere are to be given various prizes and rewards, and in particular more generous permission to sleep with the women, so that as many of the children as possible can plausibly be fathered by young men of this sort. That's right. As for the children who will be born from time to time, they will be taken away by officials responsible for these things. These officials may be men or women, or men and women, since offices, I take it, are open to women and men alike. Yes. The children of good parents will be taken, I think, and transferred to the nursing pen, where there will be special nurses living separately in a special part of the city. The children of inferior parents, on the other hand, or any deformed specimen born to the other group, will be removed from sight into some secret and hidden place, as is right. Yes, he said, at any rate, if the breed of guardians is going to remain pure. Now, I said, let's continue in a systematic way with the task we set ourselves. We said children should be born to those in their prime. True. Well, do you agree that a reasonable span for a woman's prime is 20 years, and for a man's 30? Which 20 and which 30? He asked. For a woman it means starting at 20 and going on bearing children for the city until 40. for a man when his days as a sprinter are behind him. Then he should father children for the city from that age until 55. Yes, he agreed, for both of them that is the prime of life, both physically and mentally. If someone older or younger than this takes part in producing children for the state, we shall call it an offence against the gods and against justice. And the same law applies if a man who is still entitled to father children gets access to a woman of the appropriate age without a ruler promoting the union. We shall say he is presenting the city with an illegitimate, unauthorized, and unholy child. And we shall be absolutely right, he said. Of course, when women and men pass the age for producing children, we shall declare them free, presumably, to have sex with anyone they like, apart from a daughter or a mother, or their daughters' daughters, or their mothers' mothers. For a woman, anyone other than a son or father, or their sons' sons, or fathers' fathers. And all this only when we have first impressed upon them how careful they must be. If there is a pregnancy, then ideally the embryo should never see the light of day. If one does force its way into existence, the parents must deal with it on the understanding that they cannot bring up a child of this sort. That all seems quite reasonable, he said. But this business of fathers and daughters, and the relationships you were talking about just now, how will they tell their own from anyone else's? They won't. When a man takes part in a marriage, he will regard as his children all those born in the 10th month from the day of the festival. He will call the male children his sons, and the female children his daughters. They will call him father. Similarly, he will call the children's offspring his grandchildren, and they in turn will call his generation grandfathers and grandmothers. Those born during the period when their mothers and fathers were producing children, they will call their sisters and brothers. In this way they can avoid one another, as we were suggesting just now. However, the law will allow unions between brothers and sisters, if that is how the lot falls out, and if the Pythian priestess gives her consent as well. Quite right. There you are, Glaucon. That's what it is for women and children to be in common among the guardians of your city. That's what it is like. The next thing we have to do is establish from what has been said that it is consistent with the rest of the Constitution, and that it is by far the best arrangement. Or should we go about things in some other way? No, that's the best way, undoubtedly. If we want to settle this, isn't a good starting point to ask ourselves what is the greatest good we can think of in the organization of our city, the thing the lawgiver should be aiming at as he frames his laws, and what is the greatest evil? Then we can ask, do the proposals we have just described match the features of this good? Do they fail to match the features of this evil? Yes, that's the best possible starting point, he said. Well then, can we think of any greater evil for a city than what tears it apart and turns it into many cities instead of one? Or any greater good than what unites it and makes it one? No, we can't. Is it community of pleasure and pain which unites it, when as far as possible all the citizens are equally affected by joy or grief over any particular gain or loss? It certainly is. And is individual variation in these feelings divisive? Things happen to the city or to its inhabitants which make some people distraught and others delighted. Of course it's divisive. Is this because words like mine and not mine are not applied by everyone in the city to the same things? The same with somebody else's? It certainly is. Does that mean the best regulated city is the one in which the greatest number of people use this phrase mine, or not mine, in the same way, about the same thing? Much the best. When anything at all, good or bad, happens to one of its citizens, a city of this kind will be most inclined to say that what is affected is a part of itself. The whole city will rejoice together, or grieve together. Yes, it's bound to. A city with good laws, that is. "This is the moment for us to return to our city," I said, "and look for the characteristics our argument has led us to agree on. We want to know if this city possesses them to an outstanding degree, or if some other city does. Yes, we do need to go back and do that." "Very well. Presumably there are rulers and common people, aren't there, in other cities as well as in our city?" "There are." "Do they all call one another citizens?" "Of course. But in other cities, what else does the common people call the rulers, apart from calling them citizens?" "In most cities they call them their masters. In democratic cities they just call them rulers." "What about the common people in our city? What do they say their rulers are, apart from being citizens?" "Saviours and defenders," he said. "And what do the rulers call the common people?" "Paymasters and providers." "What do the rulers in other cities call their common people?" "Slaves." "And what do the rulers call each other?" "Fellow rulers." "What do ours call each other?" "Fellow guardians." "Can you answer this, then? Would any of the rulers in the other cities find it possible to address one of his fellow rulers as a relative, and another as unrelated?" "Yes, plenty of them would find that possible." "Doesn't such a person think and speak of his relative as his, and one who is unrelated as not his?" "Yes." "What about your guardians? Could any of them think of one of his fellow guardians, or address him as if he were unrelated?" "No," he said. "Every time he meets any of them, he will assume he's meeting his brother or sister or father or mother or son or daughter, or the child or parent of one of these." "In that case, there will be greater agreement in this city than in any other about the terms we were referring to a moment ago. They will say of the success or failure of any individual, 'This success is mine,' or 'This failure is mine.'" "Very true," he said. "And did we say that feeling pleasures and pains in common followed from this way of thinking and speaking?" "We did, and we were right. Then will our citizens more than any others hold one and the same thing, which they will call mine, in common, and because they feel the same about it, will they feel the greatest community of pain and pleasure?" "Very much the greatest. And the reason for this, over and above the general organization of the city, is the business of women and children being in common among our guardians." "Yes, that's the main reason," he said. "Far more important than anything else." "And when it comes to making war, isn't it obvious how they will go about it?" "How?" "They will go on campaign together, bringing the most robust of the children with them on active service, so that, like the children of people in other skilled occupations, they can observe the occupation they will have to follow when they grow up. Besides observing, they should act as assistants and servants in everything to do with war, and be some help to their fathers and mothers. Haven't you noticed how people learn a skill? The children of potters, for example, spend a long time as assistants, watching, before they are allowed anywhere near a pot. A very long time. And are potters going to be more careful than our guardians when it comes to educating their own children, giving them the necessary experience and opportunity to observe? No, that would be ludicrous, he said. What is more, any living creature will fight better in the presence of its own young. That's true, but if they are defeated, and these things do happen in time of war, there's a very real danger, Socrates, that along with the guardians themselves, the children will be lost as well, and that this will make recovery impossible for the rest of the city. True, I said. But what is your view on that? Do you think, for instance, that the aim should be to avoid all possible risk? No. Well then, if they are going to take risks, shouldn't it be in situations where success will make them better people? Obviously. Do you think that for men who are going to be warlike it makes very little difference, and is therefore not worth the risk, whether or not they can observe the art of war as children? No, it does make a difference in the way you suggest. What we want to bring about, then, is a way of making the children observers of war, while at the same time thinking of some clever means of ensuring their safety. That would be ideal, wouldn't it? Yes. Well then, I said, for one thing, their fathers will not be without experience. They will be as expert as human beings can be at judging which campaigns are dangerous and which are not. Fair enough. So they will take them on some campaigns, but think twice about others. Yes, that'll be the right approach. And to command them, their fathers will presumably not give them those who are least able, but those well qualified by age and experience to be guides and tutors. Yes, those will be the right people. Will this be enough? I asked. After all, events are unpredictable, as all sorts of people are constantly finding out. They certainly are. So, to meet unpredictable situations, we must give them wings, my friend, from their earliest childhood. Then they can take to flight if they have to. What do you mean? We must put them on horseback at the youngest possible age. Once we have taught them to ride, we can take them as observers, mounted on horses which are not spirited and warlike, but the swiftest and most obedient we can find. In this way they can get an excellent view of what will be their occupation, and still make their escape safely, if the need arises, by following guides who are older than they are. I think that's a good suggestion, he said. What about the actual fighting? I asked. Let's start with their behaviour towards each other. Anyone who out of cowardice leaves his place in the line, throws away his weapons, or does anything of that sort, should be reduced to the rank of skilled worker or farmer. Shouldn't he? He certainly should. Anyone who falls alive into the hands of the enemy can be handed over as a gift to those who capture him. They can do what they like with their catch. By all means. As for someone who wins a prize for valour and distinguishes himself, don't you think that in the first place he should be crowned there in the field by the adolescents and children, every one of them in turn, who are on campaign with him? I do. How about being shaken by the hand? Yes, that too. You won't agree with my next suggestion, I don't suppose. What is it? That he should kiss, and be kissed by each of them. That above all, and I propose an amendment to this law. For the duration of the campaign, no one he wants to kiss shall be allowed to refuse. That should make anyone who is in fact in love with someone else, whether that someone is male or female, all the more determined to win a prize. Excellent, I said. After all, it has already been decided that the good man is to get more marriages than other people, and that the good should be selected more frequently than the rest, so that as many children as possible may be born to parents of this kind. Yes, we did decide that. Very well. Then we come to those killed on active service. If anyone dies after covering himself with glory, shall we not say first of all that he is a member of the golden class? We certainly shall. And shall we inquire of Apollo how we ought to bury these superhuman, these divine people, and what mark of distinction we should give them? And shall we then bury them in the way he recommends? We certainly shall. For the rest of time shall we look after their graves as those of superhumans, and bow down before them? Shall we follow this same observance on the death of anyone who is judged to have been outstandingly good in his life, whether he dies from old age or any other cause? Yes, he said, that will be the right thing to do. Now, what about the enemy? How will our soldiers treat them? What do you mean? Take enslavement for a start. Do you think it is right for Greeks to enslave Greek cities? Or should they rather do everything they can to stop any other city doing so? Should they encourage other cities always to spare the Greek race, and so protect themselves against enslavement by the barbarians? Yes, sparing them is far and away the best policy. Is the best thing, then, for them to avoid owning Greek slaves themselves, and also to advise other Greeks not to own them? It certainly is, he said. That way they are likely to turn their attention more towards the barbarians, and leave one another alone. How about plundering the dead? I asked, after a victory. Apart from their weapons, that is. Is that the right thing to do? Doesn't it give cowards an excuse not to go after those who are offering resistance, as if they were performing some useful task in grubbing round the body on their hands and knees? Haven't armies often been lost as a result of this kind of looting? Yes, very often. Besides, doesn't plundering corpses strike you as demeaning and mercenary? Isn't it petty and womanish to go on regarding the body of the dead person as hostile, once the enemy has flown, leaving behind the instrument he was fighting with? Can you see any difference at all between a person behaving like this and dogs which get angry with the stones they are hit by, but show no interest in the person throwing them? No, he said, no difference at all. Should we then put a stop to plundering corpses, and refusing to allow an enemy to take up the dead for burial? We most certainly should. They won't, I imagine, take their weapons to their temples to present as offerings, particularly not the weapons of Greeks, if they are at all interested in maintaining good relations with the rest of Greece. They are more likely to be afraid there may be some pollution in bringing offerings of this kind to a temple from their fellow Greeks, unless, of course, God tells them something different. Quite right. And because they are Greeks, they will not lay waste to Greece, or burn houses, or accept that all the inhabitants of a city, men, women, and children alike, are their enemies. They will regard their enemies at any particular time as few, the ones responsible for the dispute. For all these reasons, they will refuse to lay waste the land or destroy the houses of people whom they mostly regard as their friends. They will pursue their dispute only up to the point where those responsible are compelled by those who are not responsible, and who are suffering as a result, to make amends. For my part, he said, I agree that this is how our citizens should treat their enemies. As for the barbarians, they should treat them in the way Greeks at the moment treat one another. Should we then lay down another law for our guardians, forbidding them to devastate land or burn houses? Yes, we should, and let us by all means lay it down that we are satisfied both with these arrangements and with our earlier ones. The fact is, Socrates, if you're allowed to go on talking about this kind of thing, I don't think you'll ever come back to the question you originally postponed in order to go into all these details. You needn't go on discussing the arrangements. Instead, can we concentrate on giving ourselves a convincing answer to the questions? Are they possible, and how are they possible? We can forget about the rest. That's a very direct assault, I said, on my way of explaining things. You don't have a great deal of sympathy with my misgivings. What you perhaps don't realize, after I have narrowly escaped the first two waves of criticism, is that you are now exposing me to a third, the largest and most threatening of the three. But you will have a lot of sympathy when you see it and hear it. You will see why I hesitated, why I was afraid to put forward such an unlikely-sounding answer for examination. The more excuses you make, the less chance there is that we shall let you off telling us how these political arrangements are possible. Stop playing for time and tell us. Well, the first thing to remember, I said, is that we have reached this point in the course of an inquiry into the nature of justice and injustice. Fair enough. What follows from that? Only this. If we do discover what sort of thing justice is, are we then going to decide that the just man must be in no way different from justice itself, but in every way like justice? Or will we be content if he comes as close to it as possible, and has a larger measure of it than anyone else? We shall be content with that, he said. So, when we asked what sort of thing justice was by itself, and looked for the perfectly just man if he existed, and asked what he would be like if he did exist, what we were looking for was a model. The same with injustice and the unjust man. We wanted to look at the perfectly just and unjust man, see how we thought they were placed in respect of happiness and its opposite, and be compelled to agree, for ourselves as well, that whoever came closest to those examples would have a share of happiness which came closest to theirs. It wasn't our aim to demonstrate that these things were possible. True enough. Suppose a painter paints a picture which is a model of the outstandingly beautiful man. Suppose he renders every detail of his painting perfectly, but is unable to show that it is possible for such a man to exist. Do you think that makes him any the worse a painter? Good heavens, no. Then what about us? Aren't we in the same position? Can't we claim to have been constructing a theoretical model of a good city? We certainly can. And is it possible for anything to be put into practice exactly as it is described? Or is it natural for practice to have less hold on truth than theory has? I don't care what some people may think. What about you? Do you agree or not? I agree, he said. Then don't keep trying to compel me to demonstrate that the sort of thing we have described in a theoretical way can also be fully realized in practice. If we turn out to be capable of finding how a city can be run in a way pretty close to what we have described, then you can say that we have discovered how what you are asking for can be put into practice. Or won't you be satisfied with that? I know I would. So would I. In that case, what we have to do is try to discover and point out what the failings are in cities nowadays which stop them being run in this way, and what is the minimum change which could help a city arrive at political arrangements of this kind. Ideally, a single change. Failing that, two, and failing that, as few as possible in number and as small as possible in impact. Absolutely, he said. All right then. There is one change which I think would allow us to show that things could be different. It is not a small change, or an easy one, but it is possible. What is it? We've been using the analogy of waves. Well, now I'm coming to the largest wave, but I'll make my suggestion anyway, even if it is literally the laughter of the waves which is going to engulf me in ridicule and humiliation. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Tell me. There is no end to suffering, Glaucon, for our cities, and none, I suspect, for the human race, unless either philosophers become kings in our cities, or the people who are now called kings and rulers become, in the truest and most complete sense of the word, philosophers. Unless there is this amalgamation of political power and philosophy, with all those people whose inclination is to pursue one or other exclusively being forcibly prevented from doing so. Otherwise there is not the remotest chance of the political arrangements we have described coming about, to the extent that they can, or seeing the light of day. This is the claim which I was so hesitant about putting forward, because I could see what an extremely startling claim it would be. It is hard for people to see that this is the only route to happiness for a city in its arrangements for the private or public life of its inhabitants. My own personal view is that there is no reason to regard either or both of these events as impossible. If they were impossible, we would quite rightly be a laughingstock, since our proposals would just be wishful thinking. Isn't that so? It is. Now, will anyone challenge our contention that it is possible for the sons of kings and rulers actually to be born with philosophical natures? No, he said. No one in the world would challenge that. And if they are born with philosophical natures, can anyone claim they are certain to be corrupted? Even we admit that it is difficult for them to survive. But is anyone going to contend that in the whole of time, out of all those who are born, not one is ever going to survive? How could they? But it only needs there to be one, surely. with a city which is obedient to him, to bring about all the things which are now regarded as impossible. Yes, one is enough, he said. After all, if a ruler establishes the laws and way of life we have described, it is presumably not impossible that the citizens will be prepared to follow them. Not in the least impossible. Is it astonishing or impossible that the arrangements which seem a good idea to us should seem a good idea to other people as well? Well, I don't think so. That they are the best arrangements, assuming they are possible, has been satisfactorily shown by our earlier discussion, I think. Yes, it has. So the position we seem to have reached on law-giving is this. Our arrangements are the best, if only they could be put into effect, and while it is difficult for them to be put into effect, it is not impossible. Yes, he said, that is the position we've reached. Well then, since that topic has struggled to a conclusion, we'd better go on to deal with the ones which remain. These saviours of our city, what will prepare them for their task? What course of study and way of life? And when should each age group tackle each subject? Yes, we'd better deal with that. You'll realize there probably won't be very many of them. The elements of the nature we have described and which we say they must possess are seldom likely to be combined in the same individual. In most people, this kind of nature is fragmented. How do you mean? Well, you're aware that those who have a love of learning, a good memory, intelligence, quickness of wit, and everything which follows from those qualities, and who at the same time are developing energy and greatness of spirit, are unlikely to become the kind of people who are naturally inclined to lead an orderly, sober, and steadfast life. Quickness of wit carries people all over the place, and steadfastness goes out of the window. True, he said. Steadfast characters, by contrast, slow to change, the sort of people you can much more depend on, who in time of war are immovable in the face of danger, are likewise steadfast and slow to change even when it comes to learning. They are immovable and unteachable as if they'd been drugged. They are full of sleep and yawns whenever they have to work hard at something of this sort. Yes, that's true. But we said our guardians must be liberally endowed with both sets of qualities. Otherwise they are not to be given the fullest education, respect, or power. Quite right, too. In which case, don't you think the philosophical character will be a rare one? Of course it will. It must be tested in the hardships, fears, and pleasures we were talking about a little earlier. What's more, we can now add something we omitted then, which is that we must exercise it in many branches of study to see if it will be capable of enduring the most demanding ones, or if it's an intellectual coward, the way some people are physical cowards. Yes, he said, it's a good idea to find that out. But what are these most demanding studies of yours? You may remember us distinguishing 3 qualities of the soul with a view to drawing conclusions about justice: self-discipline, courage, and wisdom, and what each of these things was. If I didn't remember that, I would deserve to miss the rest of this discussion. Can you remember what came just before that? No. What? What we said, I believe, was that we could either get the best possible view of them, but only after a long detour, at the end of which they would be clearly revealed, or we could give an explanation on a level with the discussion so far. You said that was good enough, and as a result, what was said then fell short of complete accuracy, in my opinion, though whether it was good enough for your purposes is for you to say. As far as I'm concerned, he said, you gave us good measure, and the same goes for the others, I think. In matters like these, my friend, a measure which in any way at all falls short of what really is no measure at all. What is incomplete can never be the measure of anything, though for some people there are times when they are satisfied with that and feel they don't have to look any further. Yes, there are plenty of people who feel like that. It's laziness. Well, I said, it's not a feeling we want a guardian of our city and laws to have. Fair enough. In which case, my friend, our guardian must go round by the longer road. He must work as hard at studying as he does at physical training. Otherwise, as we've just been saying, he will never see the most important and appropriate subject of study through to the end. I thought we'd dealt with the most important subject. Is there some subject even more important than justice and the things we've been describing? Yes, I said, there is something more important. Also, with these virtues themselves, we shouldn't be looking at a mere outline of them the way we are now. What we want is their realization in every detail. We must not neglect that. Isn't it absurd to make every effort and do everything we can to reach the greatest possible precision and clarity over things of little significance, and then decide that the most important things deserve less than total precision? Utterly absurd. But this thing you call most important, and its subject matter, whatever you say that is, do you imagine anyone will let you go without asking you what it is? Of course I don't. Why don't you ask me? You've heard the answer often enough before, and now you've either forgotten it, or else this is another plan to make my life difficult by not letting me get away with anything. It must be the second reason, I think. You've often heard me say that the most important branch of study is the form or character of the good. That which just things and anything else must make use of, if they are to be useful and beneficial. You must know that's what I'm going to say now, and you must also know that it's not something we can have adequate knowledge of. But if we don't know it, then however much we know about everything else, without that, as you are well aware, it'll be no more good to us than to possess something without the good. Do you think it's any use to us to own all there is, and yet not own anything good? Or to be wise in everything but the good, but have no wisdom about what is beautiful and good? Good heavens, no, I certainly don't. Another thing you're well aware of is that while most people think the good is pleasure, those with more sophistication think it is knowledge. Of course. And further, my friend, that those who hold this view are unable to show what knowledge it is. They are compelled, in the end, to say that it is knowledge of the good. A pretty absurd definition, he said. How can it fail to be absurd? They criticize us for not knowing what the good is, and then immediately assume we do know what it is. They say the good is knowledge of the good, as if we're bound to understand what they're talking about as soon as they so much as utter the word good. Absolutely true. What about those who define the good as pleasure? Are they any less wide of the mark than the others? Aren't they in their turn compelled to admit that there are bad pleasures? Very much so. Hence, I imagine, they find themselves admitting that the same things are good and bad, don't they? Of course. Is it clear, then, that it is a subject on which there are many serious disagreements? Yes, it is. And isn't something else clear? With justice or beauty, lots of people might settle for the appearance of them. Even if things aren't really just or beautiful, they might choose to do, possess, or think them anyway. When it comes to things which are good, on the other hand, no one has ever yet been satisfied with the appearance. They want things that really are good. They all treat the appearance of it with contempt. Yes, that's very clear too, he said. This is what every soul follows. All its actions are directed at this. It has a sort of divine intuition that the good is something, but it is in doubt, unable to get a firm grasp on what it is, or find any firm belief of the kind it has about other things. As a result, it loses whatever benefit it might have got from those other things. Are we to accept that even those best people in the city, to whom we are planning to entrust everything, must remain in the dark about something of this nature and importance? Certainly not. But if it's not known, I said, in what way just and beautiful things are good, and if in particular a guardian does not know this, what kind of guardian will justice and beauty have got for themselves then? One who is not much of an asset to them, in my opinion, and I have an intuition that no one will have a satisfactory knowledge of justice and beauty without knowing this first. A sound enough intuition. Well then, will we get the best arrangements for our society if the guardian supervising it is the kind of person who does know these things? We're bound to. In that case, let me remind you about things which were said earlier in the discussion, and which have been said on many occasions in the past. What things might they be? We say there are many beautiful things and many good things, and the same with everything else. That is how we classify them in speaking of them. Yes, we do say that. We also say there is a beautiful itself and a good itself, and the same with all the things we then said were many. Applying the procedure in reverse, we relate them to a single form or character of each, since we believe it is single, and call it what each is. That is so. The many things, we say, can be seen but not thought, whereas the forms or characters of things can be thought but not seen. Exactly. Very well. Which of our faculties do we use to see the things we see? Our sight, he said, and our hearing for the things we hear, and our other senses for everything we perceive? Of course. Have you ever noticed, I asked, how much more extravagantly the Creator of the senses has made the power of seeing and being seen than the other senses? No, I haven't. Look at it this way. For hearing to hear, and sound to be heard, do they need some other class of thing as well? Without this third thing, will hearing fail to hear and sound fail to be heard? No, they don't need any other class of thing, he said. I suspect that many other faculties, I won't say all of them, have no need for any further thing of this sort. Can you think of any? No, I can't. How about the faculty of sight, and the thing which is seen? Has it ever struck you that those do need something of this sort? How do you mean? If there is sight in the eyes, and its possessor is trying to make use of it, you surely realize that even in the presence of colour, sight will see nothing, and the colours will remain unseen unless one further thing joins them, a third sort of thing which exists for precisely this purpose. What thing do you mean? The thing you call light. True, he said. In that case, because it involves a third thing of this important character, the link between the faculty of sight and the ability to be seen is something more valuable than the links between the other faculties and their objects. Unless, of course, light has no value. Well, it certainly does have a value. Which of the heavenly gods, then, do you take to be the agent responsible for this? Whose is the light which best enables our faculty of sight to see, and the things which are seen to be seen? The one you or anyone else would take to be responsible, he said. The one you're asking about is obviously the sun. Now, do you agree with me about the natural relationship of sight to this God? What are you saying about it? Sight is not the sun, neither sight itself, nor the place in which it occurs and which we call the eye. No, it isn't. But of all the organs of perception, I would say the eye is the most sun-like, much the most. So the power which it has, the ability to see, it receives from the sun as a kind of grant from an overflowing treasury. Exactly. So too, the sun is not sight, but it is the cause of sight, and it can be seen by sight. That is so, he said. This is what you must take me to mean by the child of the good, which the good produces as its own analogue. In the world of thought, the good stands in just the same relation to thinking and the things which can be thought as the sun in the world of sight stands to seeing and the things which can be seen. What do you mean? He said. Please explain that a bit further. You know that when the eyes stop being directed at objects whose colours are in daylight, and turn to those whose colours are lit by the lights of the night, they are dimmed and become virtually blind, as if there were no clear sight in them. They certainly do. Whereas, when they are directed at things whose colours have the light of the sun shining on them, they see distinctly. The same eyes now manifestly do have sight in them. Of course. You can look at the soul in the same way. When it focuses where truth and that which is shine forth, then it understands and knows what it sees, and does appear to possess intelligence. But when it focuses on what is mingled with darkness, on what comes into being and is destroyed, then it resorts to opinion and is dimmed, as if its opinions swing first one way and then another. Now, by contrast, it resembles something with no understanding. None at all. You can say that this thing which gives the things which are known their truth, and from which the knower draws his ability to know, is the form or character of the good. Because it is the cause of knowledge and truth, think of it by all means as something known, but you will be right to regard it as different from, and still more beautiful than, knowledge and truth, beautiful though both of these are. Just as in our example it is correct to think of light and vision as sun-like, but incorrect to think that they are the sun, in the same way here it is correct to think of knowledge and truth as good-like, but incorrect to think that either of them is the good. The good is something to be prized even more highly. "It's an incredible beauty you're talking about," he said, "if it is the cause of knowledge and truth, but itself surpasses them in beauty. And you of all people, presumably, are not going to say that it is pleasure." "Be silent," I said. "Don't even mention the word no. Take a closer look at our comparison." "How do you want me to look at it?" "The sun gives to what is seen, I think you would say, not only its ability to be seen, but also birth, growth, and sustenance, though it is not itself birth or generation. Of course it isn't. For the things which are known say not only that their being known comes from the good, but also that they get their existence and their being from it as well, though the good is not being, but something far surpassing being in rank and power." "Ye gods!" Glaucon exclaimed, making us all laugh. "What a miraculous transcendence!" "Don't blame me," I said. "You were the one who compelled me to tell you what I thought about the subject." "I was. And whatever you do, don't stop now. If nothing else, at least go through your comparison with the sun to make sure you haven't left anything out." "I've left all sorts of things out," I said. "Well, don't omit even the smallest detail." "I'm sure I shall omit something, quite a lot probably. All the same, as far as is possible on an occasion like this, I won't leave anything out on purpose." "No, don't," he said. "Very well. You must be aware, as we said, that there are these two things. One of them is ruler of the category and realm of what can be understood. The other is ruler of what can be seen, of the heavenly scene, I could say, only I don't want you to think I'm playing with words. Anyway, be that as it may, you accept that there are these two forms of things, the seen and the understood." "Yes, I do." Imagine taking a line which has been divided into two unequal sections, and dividing each section, the one representing the category of the seen, and the one representing the category of the understood, again in the same proportion. The clearness or obscurity of the sections of the line relative to one another you will find to be as follows. In the category of the seen, the first section is images, by which I mean in the first place shadows, and in the second place reflections in water, or any dense, smooth, shiny surface. Everything of that sort, if you see what I mean. Yes, I do. The second section you must regard as what the first section is an image of. The animals we see every day, the entire plant world, and the whole class of human artifacts. Very well, I so regard it. Now, looking at our division in terms of truth and its opposite, would you be prepared to say that the distinction between the likeness and the thing it is a likeness of is equivalent to the distinction between the object of opinion and the object of knowledge? Yes, I would, he said, most emphatically. Ask yourself next how the section which represents the understood should be divided. How should it be? Like this. In the first part, the soul treats as images the things which in the other section of the line were originals. It is compelled to work from assumptions, proceeding to an end point, rather than back to an origin or first principle. In the second part, by contrast, it goes from an assumption to an origin or first principle, which is free from assumptions. It does not use the images which the first part uses, but makes its way in the investigation using forms alone, through themselves alone. I don't entirely follow what you just said. Let's try again. You'll find it easier when you've heard what I have to say by way of introduction. You're aware, I imagine, that when people are doing things like geometry and arithmetic, there are some things they take for granted in their respective disciplines. Odd and even, figures, and the 3 types of angle, that sort of thing. Taking these as known, they make them into assumptions. They see no need to justify them either to themselves or to anyone else. They regard them as plain to anyone. Starting from these, they then go through the rest of their argument and finally reach, by agreed steps, that which they set out to investigate. Yes, I'm aware of that, he said. And you will also be aware that they summon up the assistance of visible forms and refer their discussion to them, although they're not thinking about these, but about the things these are images of. So their reasoning has in view the square itself and the diagonal itself, not the diagonal they have drawn. And the same with other examples. The models they construct, or figures they draw, which have their own shadows and images in water, these they treat in their turn as images in their attempt to see the corresponding things themselves, which can be seen only by thought. True. That is why I described this category as grasped by the understanding, but as requiring for its investigation that the soul make use of assumptions. The soul cannot make any progress towards a first principle, since it is unable to escape from these assumptions and move in an upwards direction. Instead, it treats as images the things which were treated as originals and copied by what was in the section below them, and which are thought of as clear, by comparison with those images, and valued for their clarity. I see, he said. You mean the realm of geometry and its related disciplines. Finally, by the other section of the line representing the objects of understanding, you must take me to mean what reason itself grasps by its power to conduct a rational discussion, when it uses assumptions not as first principles, but as true bases, points to take off from, entry points, until it gets to what is free from assumptions and arrives at the origin or first principle of everything. This it seizes hold of, then turns round and follows the things which follow from this first principle, and so makes its way down to an end point. It makes no use at all of any object of the senses, but only of pure forms, working through them and towards them, and it ends in forms. I sort of see, he said, though not as well as I'd like. I think what you're talking about is an enormous task, but I do at least understand that you want to take that which is, and is understood, and distinguish that part of it which is studied by the knowledge which comes from rational discussion as something clearer than the part which is studied by what are called the sciences. These use assumptions as first principles, and although those who study them are compelled to use thinking rather than their senses to do so, still, because their investigation does not make its way upwards to a first principle, but proceeds from assumptions, you do not regard them as having an intelligent understanding of their subjects, although with a first principle they could be understood. I also think that when people are doing subjects like geometry, you call their state of mind thought, rather than understanding, because you regard thought as a halfway house between opinion and understanding. You've grasped my meaning well enough, I said, and please understand that there are 4 conditions arising in the soul, corresponding to the 4 sections of the line. Understanding corresponds to the highest section, thought to the second, belief to the third, and conjecture to the last. Classify them accordingly, believing that the degree of clarity they possess is proportional to the truth possessed by their objects. I understand, I agree, and I classify them in the way you suggest. If we are thinking about the effect of education, or the lack of it, on our nature, there's another comparison we can make. Picture human beings living in some sort of underground cave dwelling, with an entrance which is long, as wide as the cave, and open to the light. Here they live from earliest childhood, with their legs and necks in chains, so that they have to stay where they are, looking only ahead of them, prevented by the chains from turning their heads. They have light from a distant fire, which is burning behind them and above them. Between the fire and the prisoners, at a higher level than them, is a path along which you must picture a low wall that has been built, like the screen which hides people when they're giving a puppet show, and above which they make the puppets appear. Yes, I can picture all that, he said. Picture also, along the length of the wall, people carrying all sorts of manufactured objects which project above it, statues of people, animals made of stone and wood, and all kinds of materials. As you'd expect, some of the people carrying the objects are speaking while others are silent. A strange picture, and strange prisoners. No more strange than us, I said. Do you think, for a start, that prisoners of that sort have ever seen anything more of themselves and of one another than the shadows cast by the fire on the wall of the cave in front of them? How could they, if they'd been prevented from moving their heads all their lives? What about the objects which are being carried? Wouldn't they see only shadows of these also? Yes, of course. So, if they were able to talk to one another, don't you think they'd believe that the things they were giving names to were the things they could see passing? Yes, they'd be bound to. What if the prison had an echo from the wall in front of them? Every time one of the people passing by spoke, do you suppose they'd believe the source of the sound to be anything other than the passing shadow? No, that's exactly what they would think. All in all, then, what people in this situation would take for truth would be nothing more than the shadows of the manufactured objects. Necessarily. Suppose nature brought this state of affairs to an end, I said. Think what their release from their chains and the cure for their ignorance would be like. When one of them was untied and compelled suddenly to stand up, turn his head, start walking, and look towards the light, he'd find all these things painful. Because of the glare, he'd be unable to see things whose shadows he used to see before. What do you suppose he'd say if he was told that what he used to see before was of no importance, whereas now his eyesight was better, since he was closer to what is, and looking at things which more truly are? Suppose further that each of the passing objects was pointed out to him, and that he was asked what it was and compelled to answer. Don't you think he'd be confused? Wouldn't he believe the things he saw before to be more true than what was being pointed out to him now? Yes, he would. Much more true. If he was forced to look at the light itself, wouldn't it hurt his eyes? Wouldn't he turn away and run back to the things he could see? Wouldn't he think those things really were clearer than what was being pointed out? Yes, he said. And if he was dragged out of there by force, up the steep and difficult path, with no pause until he'd been dragged right into the sunlight, wouldn't he find this dragging painful? Wouldn't he resent it? And when he came into the light, with his eyes filled with the glare, would he be able to see a single one of the things people call real? No, he wouldn't. Not at first. He'd need to acclimatize himself, I imagine, if he were going to see things up there. To start with, he'd find shadows the easiest things to look at. After that, reflections of people and other things in water. The things themselves would come later, and from those he would move on to the heavenly bodies and the heavens themselves. He'd find it easier to look at the light of the stars and the moon by night than look at the sun and the light of the sun by day. Of course. The last thing he'd be able to look at, presumably, would be the sun. Not its image in water or some location that is not its own, but the sun itself. He'd be able to look at it by itself, in its own place, and see it as it really was. Yes, he said, that would unquestionably be the last thing he'd be able to look at. At that point he would work out that it was the sun which caused the seasons and the years, which governed everything in the visible realm, and which was, in one way or another, responsible for everything they used to see. That would obviously be the next stage. Now, suppose he were reminded of the place where he lived originally, of what passed for wisdom there, and of his former fellow prisoners. Don't you think he would congratulate himself on the change? Wouldn't he feel sorry for them? Indeed he would. Back in the cave they might have had rewards and praises and prizes for the person who was quickest at identifying the passing shapes, who had the best memory for the ones which came earlier or later or simultaneously, and who, as a result, was best at predicting what was going to come next. Do you think he would feel any desire for these prizes? Would he envy those who were respected and powerful there, or would he feel as Achilles does in Homer? Would he much prefer to labour as a common serf, serving a man with nothing to his name, putting up with anything to avoid holding those opinions and living that life? Yes, he said, if you ask me, he'd be prepared to put up with anything to avoid that way of life. There's another question I'd like to ask you, I said. Suppose someone like that came back down into the cave and took up his old seat. Wouldn't he find, coming straight in from the sunlight, that his eyes were swamped by the darkness? I'm sure he would. And suppose he had to go back to distinguishing the shadows in competition with those who had never stopped being prisoners. Before his eyes had grown accustomed to the dark, while he still couldn't see properly, and this period of acclimatization would be anything but short, wouldn't he be a laughing-stock? Wouldn't it be said of him that he'd come back from his journey to the upper world with his eyesight destroyed, and that it wasn't worth even trying to go up there? As for anyone who tried to set them free and take them up there, if they could somehow get their hands on him and kill him, wouldn't they do just that? They certainly would, he said. That is the picture then, my dear Glaucon, and it fits what we were talking about earlier in its entirety. The region revealed to us by sight is the prison dwelling, and the light of the fire inside the dwelling is the power of the sun. If you identify the upward path and the view of things above with the ascent of the soul to the realm of understanding, then you will have caught my drift, my surmise, which is what you wanted to hear. Whether it is really true, perhaps only God knows. My own view, for what it's worth, is that in the realm of what can be known, the thing seen last, and seen with great difficulty, is the form or character of the good. But when it is seen, the conclusion must be that it turns out to be the cause of all that is right and good for everything. In the realm of sight, it produces light, and light's sovereign, the sun, while in the realm of thought it is itself sovereign, producing truth and reason unassisted. I further believe that anyone who's going to act wisely, either in private life or in public life, must have had a sight of this form of the good. Well, I for one agree with you, he said, as far as I can follow, at any rate. Can you agree with me, then, on one further point? It's no wonder if those who have been to the upper world refuse to take an interest in everyday affairs, if their souls are constantly eager to spend their time in that upper region. It's what you'd expect, presumably, if things really are like the picture we've just drawn. Yes, it's what you'd expect. And here's another question. Do you think it's at all surprising if a person who turns to everyday life after the contemplation of the divine cuts a sorry figure and makes a complete fool of himself, if before he can see properly or can get acclimatized to the darkness around him, he is compelled to compete in the law courts or anywhere else about the shadows of justice, or the statues which cast those shadows, or to argue about the way they are understood by those who have never seen justice itself? No, it's not in the least surprising, he said. Anyone with any sense, I said, would remember that people's eyesight can be impaired in two quite different ways, and for two quite different reasons. There's the change from light to darkness, and the change from darkness to light. He might then take it that the same is true of the soul, so that when he saw a soul in difficulties, unable to see, he would not laugh mindlessly, but would ask whether it had come from some brighter life and could not cope with the unfamiliar darkness, or whether it had come from greater ignorance into what was brighter and was now dazzled by the glare. One he would congratulate on what it had seen and on its way of life, the other he would pity, or if he chose to laugh at it, his laughter would be less absurd than laughter directed at the soul which had come from the light above. Yes, what you say is entirely reasonable. Well, I said, if it's true, there's one conclusion we can't avoid. Education is not what some people proclaim it to be. What they say, roughly speaking, is that they are able to put knowledge into souls where none was before, like putting sight into eyes which were blind. Yes, that is what they say. Whereas our present account indicates that this capacity in every soul, this instrument by means of which each person learns, is like an eye which can only be turned away from the darkness and towards the light by turning the whole body. The entire soul has to turn with it, away from what is coming to be, until it is able to bear the sight of what is, and in particular the brightest part of it. This is the part we call the good, isn't it? Yes. It is up to us, then, as founders of the city, to compel the best natures to get as far as that study which we said earlier was the most important, to make that ascent and view the good. And when they have made it, and seen all they need to see, we must not allow them to do what they are allowed to do at the moment. What is that? Remain there, I said, and refuse to come back down again to the prisoners we were talking about, or share in their hardships and rewards, be they trivial or substantial. That seems very unfair. Are we going to make them live a worse life when it is in their power to live a better one? Now it's your turn to have forgotten, my friend, that the law does not exist for the exclusive benefit of one class in the city. Its aim is to engineer the benefit of the city as a whole, using persuasion and compulsion to bring the citizens into harmony and making each class share with the other classes the contribution it is able to bring to the community. The law is what puts people like this in the city, and it does so not with the intention of allowing each of them to go his own way, but so that it can make use of them for its own purposes, to bind the city together. True, he said, I had forgotten that. In which case, Glaucon, you should bear in mind that we won't after all be doing an injustice to those who become philosophers in our city. There will be justice in what we say to them when we compel them to look after and guard what belongs to other people. It is fair enough, we shall say to them, for philosophers in other cities not to take a share of the work in those cities. Their philosophy is a spontaneous growth which arises despite the institutions of the particular city they live in, and what has developed naturally, indebted to nobody for its upbringing, is entitled to be unenthusiastic about paying anyone for its upbringing. But with you, it's different. We produced you as guides and rulers, both to yourselves and to the rest of the city, like leaders or kings in a hive of bees. You have been better and more fully educated than the rest, and are better able to play your part in both types of life. So you must go down, each of you in turn, to join the others in their dwelling place. You must get used to seeing in the dark, and when you do get used to it, you will see 1,000 times better than the people there do. You will be able to identify all the images there, and know what they are images of, since you have seen the truth of what is beautiful and just and good. In this way, the government of the city, for us and for you, will be a waking reality rather than the kind of dream in which most cities exist nowadays, governed by people fighting one another over shadows and quarrelling with one another about ruling, as if ruling were some great good. The truth is, I imagine, that the city in which those who are to rule are most reluctant to do so will inevitably be the city which has the best and most stable government, whereas the city with rulers of the opposite kind will have a government of the opposite kind. Exactly, he said. Will they disobey us then, do you think, these people we have brought up? Will they refuse to do their share of work in the city, each group in its turn, even though they can still spend most of their time in each other's company in the clear air above? They can't possibly refuse. It's a just demand, and they are just people. But they will undoubtedly approach ruling, each one of them, as something unavoidable, just the opposite of the people who rule in every city at the moment. That's right, my friend. It's like this. If you can find a better life than ruling for the people who are going to be your rulers, then your well-governed city becomes a possibility. It will be the only city ruled by those who are truly rich, not rich in money, but in a good and wise life. The rich is needed for good fortune. If you get beggars, people who are starved of good things in their own lives, going into public life because they believe that the good is something to be taken from there as plunder, then your city is not a possibility. Ruling becomes something to be fought over, and a war of this kind, domestic and internal, destroys both those involved in it and the rest of the city with them. Very true, he said. All right then. Can you think of any life, apart from the life of true philosophy, which has a contempt for public office? Good heavens, no. But ruling must be courted only by those who are not in love with her. Otherwise, they will have rival suitors to contend with. Of course. And if you're going to compel people to enter upon the guardianship of the city, who better than those who are wisest in these matters, in what will give the city the best government, and who have their own rewards and their own way of life, better than the political? There is no one better, he said. Very well, Glaucon. The agreed characteristics of the city which is to reach the peak of political organization are community of women, community of children and the whole system of education, community likewise of everyday life, both in wartime and peacetime, and the kingship of those among them who have developed into the best philosophers, and the best when it comes to war. Yes, he said, those are the agreed characteristics. What is more, we also agreed that when the rulers assume power, they will take the soldiers and move them to housing of the kind we described earlier, common to all of them, and offering no private property to anyone. And in addition to the nature of their housing, we even reached agreement, if you recall, on the kind of possessions they will have. I do recall. We thought that none of them should have any of the possessions which most people nowadays have. They should be guardians and warrior athletes of some sort, receiving from the rest of the citizens, as annual pay for their guardianship, just as much maintenance as they need for this purpose. Their duty would be to protect themselves and the rest of the city. You're right, I said. But after we'd finished dealing with all that, can we remember the point where we began this digression, so that we can carry on from the same place? That's easy enough, he said. You were talking in pretty much the way you're talking now, as if you had completed your account of the city. You were saying you regarded the kind of city you had just described, and the individual who resembled it, as a good one, despite the fact that you apparently had an even better city and individual to tell us about. You certainly said that if this was the right sort of city, then the others must have something wrong with them. And you said, if I remember rightly, that there were 4 other kinds of regime, or 4 others worthy of discussion at any rate. You said we should look at their faults and at the individuals who resemble them, so that when we had examined all the individuals and reached agreement on which was the best and which was the worst, we could ask whether the best individual is the happiest and the worst the most wretched, or whether that's all a mistake. I asked you which 4 regimes you meant, but then Polemarchus and Adeimantus interrupted, and that started you on the discussion which has brought you here. What an excellent memory! In that case, try and give me the answer you were going to give me then. Certainly, I said, assuming I can, that is. Apart from anything else, I have reasons of my own for wanting to know which 4 regimes you meant. There will be no difficulty in telling you that. They even have names, the ones I'm talking about. There's the one which is pretty generally approved, the Cretan or Spartan. Next, and next in the scale of general approval, is the one called oligarchy, a form of government filled with all sorts of evils. In contrast to oligarchy, and the form of government which in turn arises out of it, is democracy. And then there is the wonderful institution of tyranny, standing head and shoulders above all the others, the 4th and last diseased state of the city. Can you think of any other kind of regime which forms a distinct category of its own? I take it that hereditary rule by families, kingships which go to the highest bidder, and other similar regimes, which you will find are no less common among the barbarians than among the Greeks, are all intermediate between the forms I have mentioned. Yes, he said, we certainly do hear about plenty of extraordinary regimes. Well then, are you aware that for individuals also there must necessarily be as many kinds of character as there are kinds of regime? Or do you think that regimes somehow come into being from oak or stone? Isn't it rather from the characters of people in the city which tip the scale, as it were, taking the rest with them? No, I think it's entirely the character of the inhabitants. In which case, if there are 5 types of city, then for individuals there will likewise be 5 dispositions of the soul. Of course. Well, we have finished describing the person who resembles aristocracy, and we say quite rightly that he is good and just. Yes, we have described him. Is the next thing, then, to describe the ones who are less good, the lover of victory and honour, who corresponds to the Spartan regime, and then in turn the oligarchic character, the democratic, and the tyrannical? That way we can contrast the most unjust, when we find him, with the most just. Our investigation into how pure justice fares relative to pure injustice, in terms of the happiness or wretchedness of the person who possesses it, will be complete. And we can either follow Thrasymachus's advice and pursue injustice, or follow the argument which is unfolding before us now, and pursue justice. Yes, he said, that's exactly what we have to do. All right, then. Shall we start by taking a look at the honour-loving regime timocracy, or timachy, followed by oligarchy? After that we can turn to democracy, and fourthly we can turn to the city which is ruled by a tyrant, and look at that. Will that be a way of trying to become competent judges of the question we have asked ourselves? It would certainly be a logical way of going about our observations and judgments. Very well. Let's try and describe the way in which timocracy might arise out of aristocracy. Is it a general rule that the cause of change in any regime is to be found in the sovereign body itself, when civil war arises within this group? That as long as this group, however small it may be, remains united, it is impossible for the regime to be altered? Yes, that's true. In that case, Glaucon, how will the regime of our city be altered? How will civil war break out, either between our auxiliaries and our rulers, or among them? Do you want us, like Homer, to invoke the Muses to tell us how first dissension fell upon them? Shall we imagine that they speak to us in high-flown, tragic tones, as if they were playing with little children and teasing them by pretending to be speaking seriously? What would they say? Something like this. "It is no easy matter for a city founded in this way to be altered. But since destruction awaits everything that has come to be, even a foundation of this kind will not survive for the whole of time. It will fall apart, and this will be the manner of its falling. Both for plants in the ground and for animals above the ground, it is a fact that souls and bodies are produced or not produced when the cycles of begetting for each species complete their revolutions. Short revolutions for short-lived species, and the opposite for long-lived species. In the case of your species, wise though the people you have educated as leaders of the city are, still they will not quite hit the mark when they apply calculation, together with observation, to their program of breeding and birth control. Success will elude them, and they will sometimes produce children they should not produce. When your guardians make injudicious unions of brides and grooms, the children will not have the right nature, and they will not be fortunate. The previous generation will select the best of them, but they will not deserve selection, and when they in their turn inherit the powers of their fathers, the first thing they will neglect as guardians will be us, the Muses, since they will put too low a value on musical and literary education. And the second thing they will neglect will be physical education. The result will be a younger generation which has even less regard for us, and from their number rulers will be appointed who completely lack a guardian's ability to discriminate between Hesiod's classes, or the classes in your city, gold, silver, bronze, and iron. When iron is compounded with silver, and bronze with gold, then you will get unlikeness and discordant inequality. And when you get those, wherever they occur, they always breed war and hostility. This is sedition's noble line, we have to say always, and wherever it arises. What else do the Muses have to say? When civil war breaks out, the classes or natures are divided into two. The iron and bronze draw the state towards commerce and the possession of land and housing, of gold and silver. The other pair, by contrast, the gold and silver, lead the state towards virtue and traditional order. In fighting and struggling against one another, they arrive at a compromise. The land and housing is to be divided up and owned privately, and they agree to enslave those who were previously watched over by them as free men, friends and providers. They now hold them as serfs and slaves, while their role is to watch them and conduct warfare. Yes, he said, I think that is the origin of this sort of change. In which case, I said, would this regime be a kind of halfway house between aristocracy and oligarchy? It certainly would. Very well. Will the points it has in common with the original regime be these: respect for the rulers, the disqualification of the warrior element in the state from agriculture, manual employment, or any other kind of business, the establishment of communal living quarters, and the concentration on physical education and training for war? Yes. Whereas feared of putting the wise into positions of power, since the wise men it has are now complex, not simple and direct any more, a leaning towards people who are spirited, more straightforward and naturally cut out for war rather than peace, the value it places on military deceptions and stratagems, the way it spends its entire time at war, will most of these characteristics be peculiar to itself? Yes. Now that they possess their own treasuries and strong-rooms where they can put their gold and silver and keep it hidden, people like this will be avaricious, like the members of an oligarchy, with a fierce and secret passion for gold and silver. And to protect it all, they will have walls around their houses, Real private nests where they can spend a fortune on women or anyone else they fancy. Very true, he said. The value they put on money and their inability to acquire it openly will make them mean with their own money, while their desires and the secret pleasures they enjoy will make them extravagant with other people's. They will run away from the law like children running away from their father, since their education will not have been a matter of conviction, but something imposed on them by force. This, in turn, is the result of neglecting the true muse, the muse of argument and philosophy, and setting a higher value on physical education than on education in the arts. It's certainly a mixed regime you are describing, partly bad and partly good. Yes, it is a mixture, I said, but it has one striking characteristic which comes from the dominance of the spirited element, love of victory and honour. Absolutely. So much for this regime, then. That's how it would have come into existence, and that's what it would be like. It's just an outline sketch of the regime without filling in the details, but even a sketch will give us a good enough picture of the completely just man and the completely unjust man. It's an impossibly long task to describe every regime and every character without leaving anything out. Quite right, he said. I imagine the next regime would be oligarchy, the regime based on property qualifications, where the rich rule and the poor man is excluded from power. Do we have to explain how the change from timachy to oligarchy first takes place? Yes. The regime we described is destroyed by the strong room full of gold which each man possesses. They start by inventing extravagances for themselves, and this leads them to bend the laws, since neither they nor their wives are prepared to obey them. That's likely enough. The next step, I suppose, will have been for them to start eyeing one another and competing with one another, and in this way they would reduce the whole population to their own level. Very likely. After that, presumably, they would become still further involved in making money, and the higher the value they put on that, the lower the value they would put on virtue. Isn't virtue always at odds with wealth in this way, as if they were in the two scales of a balance, always trying to move in opposite directions? Exactly, he said. And as wealth and the wealthy are more valued in a city, so goodness and the good are valued less. Obviously. What is valued at any particular time becomes the common practice. What is not valued is neglected. Yes. Eventually, then, they stop being competitive and ambitious and become mercenary and money-loving. They praise and admire the rich man and admit him to positions of power. The poor man they treat with contempt. Absolutely. At that point, they pass a law defining the oligarchic regime. They establish a wealth qualification, larger in an extreme oligarchy, smaller in a more moderate oligarchy, and declare that anyone whose property does not reach the prescribed value is debarred from the government. Either they put this into effect by force of arms, or else they've already established this kind of regime earlier by intimidation. Isn't that how it's done? It is. So that, more or less, is how it becomes established. Yes, he said. But what are the characteristics of this regime, and what are the kind of faults we said it possessed? Well, I said, the first fault is this very thing which defines its nature. Think what it would be like if you appointed ship's captains in this way, on the basis of a property qualification, and refused a command to a poor man, even if he was better qualified. I think it would be a sorry voyage they'd find themselves making, he said. And the same with any position of command over anything. That's certainly my opinion. With the exception of a city, or including a city. It is especially true of a city, he said, since the responsibility a city brings is the greatest and the most demanding. This would be one great failing, then, possessed by oligarchy. It looks like it. What about its second failing? Is that any less serious? What would it be, this second failing? That a city of this kind is bound to be two cities, not one. A city of the poor and a city of the rich, living in the same place, but constantly scheming against one another. That is, God knows, as big a failing as the first. You must ask yourself, however, if this city isn't also the first to introduce an evil which is greater than either of these. What evil is that? There is nothing to stop one person selling all his property, and a second person acquiring it. Nothing to stop the first person still living in the city after selling his property without being one of the elements which make up the city. He is neither businessman nor skilled worker, neither cavalryman nor infantryman, just a poor man, what they call a man without means. Yes, he said, this city is the first to introduce this evil. Certainly, in cities with oligarchic regimes, this kind of thing is not prohibited in any way. If it were, you wouldn't get one group of people who were very rich and the rest living in complete poverty. That's right. And here's another point to think about. At the point where someone like this was rich and spending all his money, was he even at that time any use to the city for the purposes we've been talking about? Or was it an illusion, his being one of the rulers? Was he in truth neither a ruler nor a servant of the city, but merely a spendthrift? Yes, he said, it was an illusion. He was nothing more than a spendthrift. Do you want us to say, then, that just as a drone born in a cell is a blight on the hive, so a man like this is born as a drone in a household and as a blight on the city? By all means, Socrates. Well then, Adamantus, is it the case that God has made the winged variety of drone all stingless, whereas of these two-legged drones, some are stingless, but others have very nasty stings? Do those who finish up as beggars in their old age come from the stingless class, and all those who are labelled criminals come from the class with stings? Yes, that's true, he said. It's obvious, then, that anywhere in a city you see beggars, there you can expect to find a secret nest of thieves, pickpockets, robbers of temples, and all these sorts of malefactors. Yes, that's obvious. And don't you find beggars in cities with oligarchic regimes? Yes, practically the whole population apart from the rulers. Can we avoid the conclusion, then, that in these cities there is a large number of criminals with stings, and that the authorities systematically and forcibly keep them under control? No, we can't, he said. And can we not say that the cause of people like this coming into existence there is lack of education, together with poor upbringing and constitutional arrangements? Yes, we can. Well, that's roughly what the oligarchic city would be like, and those are the evils it would contain, plus some others besides, perhaps. Yes, that's about it. Then that's another regime we can regard as dealt with, the one known as oligarchic, whose rulers are chosen on the basis of a property qualification. Democracy would seem to be our next object of inquiry, how it arises and what it is like when it does arise. Isn't the way a city changes from oligarchy to democracy something like this? Isn't it the result of their greed in pursuing the ideal they have set themselves, the requirement to become as rich as possible? How do you mean? Well, the reason the rulers in it are rulers, I take it, is because of their great wealth. So, if any of the young turn out to have no self-restraint, the rulers, predictably, are not prepared to restrain them by a law prohibiting them from spending what they own and losing it all. Their aim is to buy up the property of people like this, or lend them money with the property as security, and in this way become even richer and more highly respected. Yes, that is their overriding aim. And isn't it obvious by now in a city that a high regard for wealth is incompatible with the possession of self-discipline on the part of the citizens? They will inevitably lose interest in one or the other. Yes, that's reasonably clear, he said. So, through negligence, and the consistent license they give well-born individuals to behave without restraint, the rulers in oligarchies can sometimes drive them into poverty. They certainly can. And these people, I take it, sit around armed in the city, in debt, or disfranchised, or both. They are the drones with stings, eager for revolution. They hate and plot against those who now possess their property, and the others like them. True. And presumably the city turns into a democracy when the poor are victorious, when they kill some of their opponents and send others into exile, give an equal share in the constitution and public office to those who remain, and when public office in the city is allocated for the most part by lot. Yes, he said, that is the way democracy becomes established, whether it happens by force of arms or because their opponents lose their nerve and go into exile. Very well, then. What will this regime, in its turn, be like? How will these people live? Aren't they free men, for a start? Isn't it a city full of freedom and freedom of speech? Isn't there liberty in it for anyone to do anything he wants? Yes, that's the reputation it has, he said. And where there is liberty, then obviously each person can arrange his own life within the city in whatever way pleases him. Obviously. The most varied of regimes, I would think, as far as human character goes. Of course. It's probably the most attractive of the regimes, I said. Like a coat of many colours, with an infinite variety of floral decoration. So this regime will catch the eye with its infinite variety of moral decoration. Lots of people are likely to judge this regime to be the most attractive, like women or children looking at prettily painted objects. Indeed they will. There's no compulsion to hold office in this city, I said, even if you're well qualified to hold office, nor to obey those who do hold office if you don't feel like it, nor to go to war when the city is at war, nor to be at peace when everyone else is, unless peace is what you want. Then again, even if there's a law stopping you holding office or being a member of a jury, there's nothing to stop you holding office and being a member of a jury anyway, if that's how the mood takes you. Isn't this, in the short term, a delightful and heaven-sent way of life? It probably is, in the short term. And what about the relaxed attitude of those sentenced by the courts? Isn't it civilized? Or have you never seen people who have been condemned to death or exile in a regime of this sort, who nonetheless remain in person, hanging about at the centre of things and haunting the place, like the spirit of a departed hero, without anyone caring or noticing? I've seen plenty, he said. Then there's the tolerance of this city. No pedantic insistence on detail, but an utter contempt for the things we showed such respect for when we were founding our city. Our claim that only someone with an outstanding nature could ever turn out to be a good man, and only if from earliest childhood he played in the best company and the right surroundings and did all the right kinds of things. How magnificently the city tramples all this underfoot, paying no attention to what kind of life someone led before he entered political life. All anyone has to do to win favour is say he is a friend of the people. Ah, yes, that's true nobility. These and related qualities will be the ones possessed by democracy. You'd expect it to be an enjoyable kind of regime, anarchic, colourful, and granting equality of a sort to equals and unequals alike. Yes, that's a pretty familiar story, he said. In that case, I said, that leaves us with the task of describing the most delightful of regimes and the most delightful of individuals, tyranny and the tyrant. It certainly does, he said. Does tyranny arise out of democracy in much the same way as democracy arises out of oligarchy? How do you mean? The thing they held up as an ideal, I said, the thing which formed the basis of oligarchy, was wealth, wasn't it? Yes. It was the insatiable longing for wealth and the neglect of everything else in the pursuit of profit which destroyed oligarchy. True, he said. And is it the insatiable longing for what it defines as good which destroys democracy too in its turn? What is it, you say, it defines as good? Freedom, I said. This is the thing, I imagine, which in a democratic state you will hear described as its finest attribute, and what makes it, for any free spirit, the only place worth living in. Yes, that is certainly something you often hear said. Well then, as I was saying just now, is it the insatiable longing for this good, and the neglect of everything else, which brings about a change in this regime too, and creates the need for tyranny? How does that happen? He asked. I imagine it's when a democracy, in its thirst for the wine of freedom, finds the wine being poured by unscrupulous cupbearers, and when it drinks more deeply than it should of pure, unmixed freedom. Then, if its magistrates are not totally easy-going and do not offer it that freedom in large quantities, it accuses them of being filthy oligarchs and punishes them. Yes, he said, that is what they do. Those who obey the rulers are heaped with insults. They are regarded as servile nonentities. Praise and respect, whether in private or public life, go to rulers for behaving like those they rule, and to those they rule for behaving like rulers. Isn't the desire for freedom in a city of this type bound to run to extremes? Of course it is. And isn't the anarchy bound to make its way, my friend, into private households? Can we give an example of that? A father, for example, gets used to being like a child and being afraid of his sons. A son gets used to being like his father. He feels no respect or fear for his parents. All he wants is to be free. Immigrants are put on a par with citizens, and citizens with immigrants, and the same with visiting foreigners. Yes, that's what happens. That, plus a few more trivial examples of the same kind, I said. In a society of this sort, teachers are afraid of their pupils and curry favour with them. Pupils have an equal contempt for their teachers and their attendants. In general, the young are the image of their elders, and challenge them in everything they say and do. The old descend to the level of the young. They pepper everything with wit and humour, trying to be like the young, because they don't want to be thought harsh or dictatorial. Precisely, he said. But the extreme limit of freedom in a city of this kind comes when those who have been bought as slaves, whether male or female, are every bit as free as those who bought them. As for the relationship of women to men and men to women, I all but forgot to mention the extent of the legal equality and liberty between them. To generalize from all these collected observations, have you noticed how sensitive it makes the souls of the citizens, so that if anyone seeks to impose the slightest degree of slavery, they grow angry and cannot tolerate it? In the end, as I imagine you are aware, they take no notice even of the laws, written or unwritten, in their determination that no one shall be master over them in any way at all. Yes, I'm well aware of that, he said. This is the form of government, my friend, so attractive and so headstrong, from which I believe tyranny is born. Certainly headstrong, he said, but what is the next step? We mentioned a class of idle and extravagant men, the most courageous element leading, the least courageous element following. We compared them to drones, the leaders to drones with stings, the followers to drones without stings. Rightly so. Very well. Let's make a theoretical division of the democratic city into 3 parts. After all, this is how it is in fact composed. This class of drones, I imagine, is one part, and because of the absence of restrictions, it grows at least as freely in a democracy as in an oligarchy. That is so. But it is much fiercer in a democracy than in an oligarchy. In what way? In an oligarchy, it is treated as of no value and excluded from power, so it gets no exercise and does not develop its strength. In a democracy, by contrast, barring a few individuals, it is the dominant influence in the state. The fiercest element in this class does the talking and acting. The remainder sit around the rostrum, buzzing and refusing to allow the expression of any other view. The result is that in a regime of this kind, everything, with very few exceptions, is run by the class of drones. Exactly, he said. Then there's a second class, which always separates itself off from the majority. What class is that? When everyone is engaged in making money, Presumably it is those with the most disciplined temperament who generally become the richest. Very likely. They provide a plentiful supply of honey for the drones, I imagine, and an easy source from which to extract it. Yes, he said, after all, they can't extract much from those who haven't got much. They're called the rich, these people we're talking about, the drones' feeding ground. That's about it, he said. The general populace would be the third class, manual labourers with little interest in politics and very little property of their own. This is the most numerous and powerful class in a democracy, but only when it is assembled together. It is indeed, he said, but if it isn't getting some share of the honey, it is reluctant to assemble very often. That's why it always does get a share of it, if its leaders have anything to do with it. They take it away from those who possess property and distribute it among the people, keeping only the lion's share for themselves. Yes, the people do get a limited share of that sort, he said. Those whose property is taken away are presumably compelled to defend themselves by speaking in the assembly and taking whatever other action they can. Of course, even if they have no desire at all for revolution, they are accused by the others of plotting against the people and being oligarchs. Naturally. In the end, when they see the people attempting to injure them, not maliciously but out of ignorance, misled by their opponents, at that point, whether they like it or not, the rich really do become oligarchs, though not from choice. This, too, is an evil implanted in them by the stings of the drone we were talking about. It is indeed. Then you get impeachments, litigation, and lawsuits between the two classes. You certainly do. And isn't there a universal tendency for the people to set up one single individual who is their own particular champion? Don't they feed him up and make him mighty? They do. So, when we look at the growth of a tyrant, I said, one thing at least is clear. This position of champion is the sole root from which the tyrant springs. Yes, that's absolutely clear. In that case, what prompts the change from champion to tyrant? Isn't it pretty obvious that it happens when the champion of the people starts acting like the character in the story about the temple of Zeus, the wolf god in Arcadia? What story? He asked. That there is one piece of human innards chopped up among all the pieces of the other sacrificial offerings, and that anyone who tastes it will inevitably turn into a wolf. Or haven't you heard that story? Yes, I have heard it. Isn't it the same with the champion of the people? Once he really wins the mob over, the blood of his kinsman is no bar to him. He accuses someone falsely, as such people do. He brings him to trial and murders him, and as he rubs out a man's life, his unholy mouth and lips taste the blood of a butchered kinsman. He drives people into exile or kills them, hinting at a cancellation of debts and the redistribution of land. What is the inevitable and predestined next step for someone like this? Doesn't he either have to be destroyed by his enemies or else become tyrant, turning from man into wolf? Yes, that is absolutely inevitable, he said. He becomes the architect of civil war against those who own property. He does. Well then, if he's sent into exile, but returns despite his enemies, doesn't he return as an out-and-out tyrant? Yes, obviously. And if his enemies are unable to drive him into exile or kill him by attacking him publicly, then they start plotting to kill him secretly, by assassination. Yes, that's certainly what tends to happen, he said. The tyrant's response to this is the famous request which everyone who has reached this stage discovers. He asks the people for a personal bodyguard to guarantee the safety of their people's champion. Indeed, he does. And they give him one. More worried about his safety than their own, presumably. Much more. Shall we then describe the happiness of this man and of the city where such a creature comes into being? By all means, let's describe it, he said. Very well. To start with, in the early days, doesn't he have a smile and a friendly word for everyone he meets? He says he's no tyrant, and is full of promises both to individuals and to the state. Won't he have freed them from their debts, and divided up the land among the people and among his supporters? Doesn't he pretend to be universally kind and gentle? He's bound to. But I imagine that once he feels safe from his enemies in exile, being reconciled with some and destroying others, his first concern is to be constantly starting wars, so that the people will stand in need of a leader. Very likely. And, perhaps, with the further intention that their contributions to the war will impoverish them, compel them to concentrate on their daily occupations, and make them less likely to plot against him. Undoubtedly. And if there are some independent-minded people whom he suspects of challenging his rule, doesn't he try to find a good excuse for handing them over to the enemy and destroying them? For all these reasons, isn't a tyrant always bound to be stirring up war? Yes, he is. Doesn't this tend to make him increasingly unpopular with the citizens? Of course it does. Then the boldest of those who helped to make him tyrant, and who are now in positions of power, start to speak their minds freely, don't they? Both to him and to one another, criticizing what is going on. Probably. So the tyrant, if he wants to go on ruling, must be prepared to remove all these people until he is left with no one who is any use, whether friend or enemy. Obviously he must. He will need a sharp pair of eyes then. He needs to pick out the brave, the noble, the wise, and the rich, since it is his unavoidable good fortune, whether he likes it or not, to be the enemy of all of them. He must plot their downfall until he has got the city clean. A fine way to clean a city, he said. Yes, the exact opposite of what doctors do to the body. They remove what is worst and leave what is best. With the tyrant, it is the other way round. That's what he has to do, apparently, if he is to go on ruling. In which case, I said, he is firmly and inevitably impaled on the horns of a delightful dilemma, which requires him either to spend his life with the worthless mob, and be hated by them into the bargain, or not to live at all. That's about the size of it, he said. And the more hated by the citizens his behaviour makes him, the larger and more reliable a bodyguard he will need, won't he? Of course. Who are these reliable people, then? Where can he send to for them? They'll come winging their way of their own accord, he said, any number of them, as long as he pays the going rate. Dog's teeth. Drones again. Foreign ones, all kinds of them, I think you're talking about. Good. I haven't given you the wrong impression, then. And from the city itself, might he not bring himself... To do what? To deprive the citizens of their slaves, set the slaves free, and make them part of his bodyguard? Indeed he might. They are, after all, the most reliable he can find. What a wonderful thing you make a tyrant out to be, I said, if these are the people he has as his friends, the people he can trust, once he has destroyed the friends he started with. Well, these certainly are the kind of friends he has. So, while he enjoys the admiration of these friends and the company of these new citizens, do decent people hate him and avoid him? How can they help doing so? We have strayed from the point, however, I said. Let's return to that army the tyrant has, that fine, large, varied, and ever-changing army, and ask how it is going to be maintained. Well, obviously, if there's money in the city's temples, then as long as it lasts he will spend that, plus the money of his victims, allowing him to exact smaller contributions from the people. But what happens when these run out? He will use his father's money, obviously, to support himself, his drinking companions, and his male and female friends. I see. You mean the people who spawned the tyrant will support him and his friends. It will have no choice, he said. What if the people resent this? I asked. It is not right, they might say for a start, for a grown-up son to be supported by his father. Quite the reverse, in fact. A father should be supported by his son. What is more, the reason we fathered you and put you in power was not so that we could ourselves become slaves to our own slaves as soon as you became powerful, and support you and them and the rest of your collection of human flotsam. We order you to leave the city now, you and your friends." What do you think would happen then? "My God," he said, "then the people really will find out what they are and what kind of offspring they have fathered, taken to their hearts and allowed to grow." "What do you mean?" I asked. "Will the tyrant use force against his parent? Will he beat him if he disobeys?" "Yes, once he has taken away his weapons." "A parricide, then, this tyrant you are describing, a cruel guardian for man's old age. At this point, it seems, the thing is an acknowledged tyranny. The people have jumped out of the proverbial frying pan into the fire, from their enslavement to free men to a despotism of slaves." "Yes, that is how it happens." "Will there be any objection, then," I asked, "to our saying that we have given an adequate description of the way tyranny evolves out of democracy, and of what it is like when it has done so?" "No," he said, "our description is perfectly adequate." "This is your moment, then," I said. "Your time has finally come, like the judge of the contest making the final decision. There are 5 contenders: the kingly, the timocratic, the oligarchic, the democratic, and the tyrannical. In terms of happiness, which of them, in your opinion, comes first? Which comes second? And so on with the other places." "That's not a difficult decision. In terms of goodness and badness and happiness and its opposite, I rank them, like choruses, in order of their appearance." "Shall we hire a herald, then?" I asked. "Or shall I announce the result myself? The verdict of the son of Ariston is this: the best and most just character is the happiest. This is the one who is the most kingly, the one who is king over himself. The worst and most unjust is the unhappiest, and he is in fact the one with the most tyrannical nature, the one who is the greatest tyrant over himself and his city." "Thank you," he said. "Let's take it that the announcement has been made." "And shall I add a clause saying whether or not they escape detection in the sight of all men and gods?" "Yes, do add that clause." "Very well," I said. "Let that stand as one proof for us. Now, have a look at this second proof, and see if you think it has any force." "How does the proof go?" "Like this. The 3 parts of the soul seem to me to have 3 forms of pleasure, one for each individual part. Likewise 3 forms of desire, and 3 forms of rule." "Can you explain that?" "The first element, we say, is the one which allows a man to learn. The second, the part which allows him to act in a spirited way. To the third, on account of its diversity, we found it impossible to give its own unique name, so we gave it the name of its largest and strongest element. We called it desiring, because of the strength of its desires for food, drink, sex, and everything that goes with these, and money-loving, because money is the principal means of satisfying these desires." "And we were right," he said. "So, if we were to say that the thing it took pleasure and delight in was profit, would that be our best way of concentrating our argument under one general heading? Would that make it clear to ourselves what we mean when we talk about this part of the soul? And if we were to call it money-loving and profit-loving, would we be justified?" "Well, I certainly think we would." "What about the spirited part?" Can we say, by contrast, that its sole and constant aim is power, victory, and reputation? Yes, we can. So if we called it a lover of victory and a lover of honour, would that be appropriate? Absolutely appropriate. And, of course, it's obvious to anyone that the part we learn with is entirely and constantly intent upon knowing where the truth lies, and that of the three it is the least concerned with money and reputation. Easily the least. Would it be in order, then, for us to call it a lover of learning and a lover of wisdom? It would. Very well, I said. Is this the ruling element in some people's souls, and is one of the other two elements, it could be either, dominant in others? Yes, he said. Does this explain why we say that there are three fundamental human types, the lover of wisdom, the lover of victory, and the lover of profit? Of course. And three classes of pleasures, one corresponding to each type. Exactly. You realize, I said, that if you took the trouble to ask three people of this sort, one after another, which of these lives is the most pleasant, each would sing the loudest praises of his own. Certainly the money-maker will say that in comparison with profit, the pleasures of honour and learning are worthless, unless there is something in them which can make money. True. What about the lover of honour? I asked. Doesn't he regard the pleasure which depends on money as sordid, and the pleasure which depends on learning, except to the extent that learning brings reputation, as a load of hot air? He does. As for the lover of wisdom, or philosopher, I said, what view do we imagine he takes of the other pleasures, compared with the pleasure of knowing where the truth lies, and always enjoying some similar sort of pleasure while he is learning it? Won't he regard them as far inferior? And won't he call them truly necessary or compulsory, since, but for necessity, he could go on perfectly well without them? Yes, he said, we can be confident this is his view. Now think about it. Here are three men. Which of them has most experience of all the pleasures we have mentioned? Does the lover of profit learn about the nature of truth itself? Do you think he has more experience of the pleasure of knowledge than the lover of wisdom has of the pleasure of making money? There's no comparison, he said. The lover of wisdom is compelled to taste both pleasures right from his earliest years. The lover of profit, on the other hand, is not compelled to learn about the nature of things or taste and experience the sweetness of this pleasure. Even if he really wanted to, he would find it difficult. In which case, I said, when it comes to experience of both sets of pleasures, the lover of wisdom has a great advantage over the lover of profit. Yes, a great advantage. And does he have an advantage over the lover of honour? Or does he have less experience of the pleasures of being respected than the lover of honour has of the pleasure of knowledge? No, he said, if they accomplish what each individually sets out to achieve, they all find that recognition follows. The rich man is widely respected, so is the courageous man, and so is the wise man. So they all experience the pleasure of being respected. They all know what it is like. But only the lover of wisdom, the philosopher, is in the position of having tasted the contemplation of what is, and the pleasure it brings. On grounds of experience, then, I said, he is the best judge out of these men. Much the best. What is more, won't he be the only one whose experience has been accompanied by reflection? Of course. And the instrument with which judgment should be made does not belong to the lover of profit or the lover of honour, but to the lover of wisdom. What instrument is that? We said judgment should be made using reasoned arguments, didn't we? Yes, and reasoning is essentially the instrument of the philosopher, the lover of wisdom. Of course. If wealth and profit were the best means of deciding questions, the truest recommendations or criticisms would necessarily be those of the lover of profit. Necessarily. And if honour and victory and courage were the best means, wouldn't the truest recommendations be those of the lover of honour or lover of victory? Obviously. But since experience, reflection, and reasoning are the best means, the truest recommendations will necessarily be those of the lover of wisdom and lover of reasoning, he said. Of these three pleasures, then, will the one belonging to the part of the soul with which we learn be the most enjoyable? And does the person in whom this part rules have the most enjoyable life. How can he fail to? He said. At the very least, he's certainly giving an expert opinion, the reflective man, when he recommends his own life. Which life does our judge put in second place, and which pleasure? The pleasure of the warlike lover of honour, obviously. It is closer to him than the pleasure of the money-maker. So he puts the lover of profit's pleasure third, apparently. Yes, of course, he said. That's 2 wins out of 2, then, for the just over the unjust. Now, we come to the third round. If you think about pleasure, you can see that for anyone other than the wise, it is not true and pure, but a kind of shadow picture. Or so I think I've been told by some expert. Explain, please, why pleasure is a shadow picture. Don't we say that pain is the opposite of pleasure? We certainly do. And that there is such a thing as feeling neither pleasure nor pain. Yes, intermediate between those two, a kind of rest or respite for the soul from pain and pleasure. Or isn't that how you would describe it? That is how I would describe it, he said. Think of the things people who are ill say at times when they are ill. What sort of things? That there is no greater pleasure than good health, but that they hadn't realized it was the greatest pleasure until they were ill. Yes, I do remember hearing people say that, he said. And have you heard people in the grip of some agonizing pain saying that there is no pleasure to compare with relief from agony? Yes, I've heard that. I expect you can think of plenty of similar painful situations people find themselves in, where the pleasure they praise most highly is the absence of pain, a rest from pain, rather than any enjoyment. Yes, at times like that, maybe rest becomes something pleasant and delightful. So too, when someone stops feeling enjoyment, the rest from pleasure will be painful. Possibly, he said. In which case, this thing we described just now as intermediate between the two, this rest or respite, will at one time or another be both those things, both pain and pleasure. Apparently. Is it really possible for something which is neither of those things to come to be both of them? I don't think so. So it's not that this rest or respite is pleasant. It seems pleasant beside what is painful, and painful beside what is pleasant. As far as the truth about pleasure goes, there is nothing sound or reliable in these illusions. It's all sorcery. That's what the argument suggests, at any rate, he said. Well, take a look at pleasures which are not preceded by pain, I said. I wouldn't want you to think in this context that it is the nature of pleasure simply to be the cessation of pain, and of pain simply to be the cessation of pleasure. What sort of pleasures do you mean? Where are they? There are any number of them, I said, but you might like to think particularly about the pleasures of smell. You don't have to have felt pain beforehand. They come out of the blue, they are incredibly powerful, and when they are over, they leave no pain behind. Absolutely true. We shouldn't accept, then, that pure pleasure is a release from pain, or pain a release from pleasure. No, we shouldn't. However, of the so-called pleasures which reach the soul through the body, surely the most numerous and powerful are of this type, some sort of relief from pain. Yes, they are. Very well. And are anticipated pleasures and pains caused by the expectation of some future relief from pain or pleasure of the same nature? They are. Do you know what sort of thing these pleasures and pains are, then? I asked, and what they most resemble? What? Do you believe the world contains a top, a bottom, and something in between? Yes, I do. Don't you think if someone were taken from the bottom to the middle, he'd be bound to think he was travelling to the top? And standing in the middle looking back at where he'd come from, wouldn't he be bound to think he was at the top, if he hadn't seen the real top? If you ask me, he said, that's exactly what someone would think in that situation. And if he were taken back again, I asked, would he think, and think rightly, that he was travelling to the bottom? Of course he would. Would the cause of all this be his not having experienced the true range of top, middle, and bottom? Obviously. In which case, would it surprise you to find that people with no knowledge of truth are the same? They have unsound opinions on all sorts of subjects, and their condition, when it comes to pleasure, pain, and what is in between, is such that when they move in the direction of what is painful, their supposition is true, they really are in pain. But when they move from pain to what is in between, they are firmly convinced they have reached fulfillment and pleasure. It's like comparing black and grey when you have no knowledge of white. Lacking any knowledge of pleasure, they compare the absence of pain with pain and come to the wrong conclusion. Would it surprise me? He said. Good heavens, no. It would surprise me much more if it weren't like that. Think of it like this, I said. Aren't hunger and thirst and things like that a kind of emptiness, an empty condition of the body? Yes, of course they are. Aren't ignorance and stupidity likewise an empty condition of the soul? They certainly are. And how are people filled? By taking in food, by gaining understanding. Of course. Which gives the truer fulfillment, that which is more something or that which is less something? Obviously that which is more something. Which kinds of thing, then, do you think have a greater share in pure being? Things like bread, drink, cooked food and nourishment in general, or the kind made up of opinion, knowledge, understanding, and in fact the whole of human excellence? The choice you have to make is this: which do you think is more something? That which is connected with what is always the same, immortal and true, itself possessing these qualities and being found in the context of things with these qualities, or that which is connected with what is never the same and mortal, itself possessing those qualities and being found in the context of things with those qualities? That which is connected with what is always the same is far superior, he said. Well, does anything have a greater share in the being of what is always the same than knowledge does? No. Does anything have a greater share in truth than knowledge does? Again, no. And if anything has a smaller share in truth, doesn't it also have a smaller share in being? Necessarily. As a general rule, then, will the kinds of things involved in care of the body have a smaller share both of truth and of being than the kinds involved in care of the soul? Much smaller. And don't you think the body itself has a smaller share than the soul has? Yes, I do. Very well. Is what is filled with things which have more being, and itself has more being, more genuinely filled than what is filled with things which have less being, and itself has less being? Of course. So, if being filled with things appropriate to our nature is pleasurable, then that which is more genuinely filled and filled with things which have more being would make people more truly and genuinely happy, giving them true pleasure, whereas that which takes in things which have less being would be less truly and lastingly filled, and get hold of a pleasure which was less trustworthy and less true. That inescapably follows, he said. If the entire soul, then, follows without rebellion the part which loves wisdom, the result is that each part can in general carry out its own functions, can be just, in other words, and in particular each is able to enjoy pleasures which are its own, the best, and as far as possible, the truest. Absolutely. When one of the other parts takes control, there are two results. It fails to discover its own proper pleasure, and it compels the other parts to pursue a pleasure which is not their own and not true. That's right, he said. Would this result be most noticeable with those elements which are furthest removed from philosophy and reason? Yes, easily the most. And isn't the element furthest removed from reason the one which is furthest removed from law and order? Obviously. Wasn't it the lustful and tyrannical desires which were clearly revealed to be the furthest removed? Much the furthest. And the kingly and orderly desires which were the least far removed? Yes. In which case, I imagine, the tyrant will be furthest removed from true pleasure, his own proper pleasure, while the king will be least far removed. Bound to be. So, the most unpleasant life I said, will be the tyrants, and the most pleasant will be the kings. Absolutely bound to be. And if the good and just man is so far ahead of the bad and unjust in terms of pleasure, won't he be an unbelievable distance ahead of him in the grace, beauty, and excellence of his life? Yes, an unbelievable distance. A great prize is at stake, Glaucon, greater than people realize, for being good rather than bad. We shouldn't be led by success, money, power, or even poetry into neglecting justice, or virtue in general. After what we've said today, I agree. So would anyone else, I imagine. And that's without even mentioning the greatest of the rewards and prizes which are on offer for virtue. Greater than we can imagine, you must mean, if there are other rewards greater than the ones we've described. Nothing great can happen in a short space of time, I said, and presumably, compared with eternity, our whole span of time from childhood to old age is a short space of time. A mere nothing, he said. Well then, do you think something which is immortal should be seriously interested in this short period of time and not in the whole of time? No, I think it should be interested in the whole of time. What are you getting at? This. That the soul is something immortal is a conclusion we might be driven to both by this recent argument and by other arguments. But if we want to know what it's really like, we shouldn't look at it in the form we currently see it in, crippled by its partnership with the body and other evils. No, Glaucon, we should be looking in a different direction. Which direction? He said. We should look to the soul's love of wisdom. We should bear in mind what it clings to, the kind of company it yearns for, since it is kin to that which is divine, immortal, and always existing, and what it could become if it devoted itself entirely to this. Then you would see the soul's true nature, whether it is complex or simple, or however exactly it is. For the moment, however, I think we have given an adequate description of the things that can happen to it, the shapes it can assume in human life. We certainly have, he said. There you are, then, I said. In the course of our discussion we have removed the various objections to our claim. We haven't had to resort to the rewards and reputation of justice, as you were saying Homer and Hesiod did. Haven't we found that the thing itself, justice, is best for the soul itself, and that the soul should do what is just, whether or not it possesses the ring of Gyges, or even the ring of Gyges and the cap of Hades? Very true, we have. In which case, Glaucon, can there still be any objection to our going further, and restoring to justice and the rest of virtue the great rewards which they characteristically bring to the soul during a man's lifetime? No, no objection, he said. But these are nothing, I said, in number or magnitude when compared with the rewards and punishments which await the just and the unjust after death. You ought to hear those too, if each is to receive in full the payment the argument owes him. Please tell us, he said. I can think of few things I'd rather hear about. Well, it's not the tale of an ancient mariner I'm going to tell you, more the tale of an ancient foreigner, a hero from Pamphylia, the son of Armenius. He was killed in battle, and on the 10th day, when the dead, by now decomposed, were taken up for burial, his body was found to be perfectly sound. He was taken home, and on the 12th day, as he was lying on the funeral pyre ready for burial, he came to life again. And having come to life, he told people what he had seen in the place where he had been. He said that when his soul left his body, it went on a journey, with many others like it, until they came to a wonderful place where there were 2 openings side by side in the ground, and 2 others up above in the heavens, corresponding to these. In between were seated judges, who, when they gave their judgments, ordered the just to take the way which led to the right and upwards through the heavens, and to wear on their front the marks of the judgments made about them. The unjust they ordered to take the left hand, downward way, and they too wore on their backs the marks of everything they had done. When he himself stepped forward, they said they wanted him to act as a messenger to mankind, to tell them what was going on there. They urged him to hear and observe everything which happened in that place. There he saw souls departing, as judgment was passed on them, through the 2 exits, the opening in the heavens and the opening in the ground. Meanwhile, through the other 2 openings, souls were either rising up, parched and dusty in appearance, from the one in the ground, or coming down all clean from the one in the heavens. The ones who were just arriving looked as if they had got there after a long journey. They were very glad to come out into the meadow and camp there, as if they were at a festival. They greeted one another, those who were acquainted, and exchanged news. Those coming out of the ground asked the others about things up there, while those coming from the heavens asked them in return how things were where they had been. As they exchanged accounts, the first group were wailing and weeping as they recalled all the terrible things they had seen and experienced in their journey, their 1,000-year journey, beneath the earth. Those who had come from the heavens, by contrast, were recounting the wonderful things that had happened to them and the indescribably beautiful sights they had seen. To give a full account, Glaucon, would take a very long time, but the main point, he said, was this. Whatever wrongs they had done anyone, and whatever people they had all wronged, for all these in turn they had to pay a penalty. 10 times over for each offence, 10 periods of 100 years each, in other words, this being the measure of a human life. This made sure they would pay a 10-fold payment for the offence. For example, if any of them had been guilty of the deaths of many people, betraying cities or armies and casting people into slavery perhaps, or playing a part in any other cruelty, on all these counts they earned 10-fold pain for each offence. Equally, due rewards were earned for any good deeds and for showing themselves just and holy. And he said something, though nothing of note, about those who died at birth or lived only a short time. He also described the still greater rewards and penalties for piety or impiety towards gods and parents, and for murder. He said he came across one person who was being asked by another where Ardiaeus the Great was. This Ardiaeus had been tyrant in some city in Pamphylia 1,000 years before. He had killed his aged father and his older brother and done many other wicked deeds, so it was said. "He has not come to this place," replied the one being asked, "nor will he ever come. That was one of the appalling sights we saw. When we had been through everything we had to go through and were close to the opening just about to come up, we suddenly caught sight of Ardiaeus and some others. They were tyrants, most of them, though there were some private citizens who had committed heinous crimes. When these people thought it was their turn to go up, the opening refused to allow them through. Its mouth gave a loud roar whenever one of these irredeemably wicked people, and said they were going to be thrown into Tartarus. He said that for each of them, out of the whole range of fears they were exposed to in that place, this was the greatest, that when they came up to the opening, the sound might be heard, and each of them was only too glad to pass through in silence. So much, then, for the kinds of penalties and punishments and the corresponding rewards. For each group, the stay in the meadow lasted 7 days. At the end of it, on the 8th day, they had to get up and go on a journey, arriving after 4 days at a place from which they could see a shaft of light, like a pillar, extending from above through the whole heaven and earth. The light was more like a rainbow than anything else, only brighter and more pure. A day's journey brought them to where the light was, and there in the middle of the light they could see, extended from heaven, the extremities of its chains. This light binds the heavens. It's like the cables of a trireme, in the way it holds the whole revolving firmament together. And from the extremities they saw extended the spindle of necessity, by which all the separate rotations are set in motion. The shaft and hook of the spindle are of adamant. The whirl is partly of adamant and partly of other materials. The nature of the whirl is as follows. In appearance it is like the whirls we have here, but from what he said we have to think of it like this. Imagine a single large whirl which has been completely hollowed out with a chisel, and a second, smaller whirl inside it, fitting exactly into it, like those pots that fit inside one another. Similarly, a third, fourth, and then 4 more, making a total of 8 whirls in all, one inside another. Their rims show us so many circles from above, and form a single whirl round the shaft with a continuous surface. The shaft is driven right through the middle of the 8th whirl. The first and outermost whirl is the broadest in terms of the breadth of the circular rim. The rim of the 6th comes second, the 4th rim comes third, the 8th rim comes 4th, the 7th rim comes 5th, the 5th rim comes 6th, the 3rd rim comes 7th, and the 2nd comes 8th. The rim of the largest whirl is spangled. That of the 7th is the brightest. That of the 8th derives its colour from the 7th shining on it. The 2nd and 5th are very similar to one another and yellower than the others. The 3rd has the whitest light, the 4th is reddish, and the 6th is the next whitest after the 3rd. The spindle is rotating. Seen as a whole, it all goes round at the same speed, but within the whole, as it revolves, the 7 inner circles are gently revolving in the opposite direction to the whole. Of these inner circles, number 8 turns fastest, followed by numbers 7, 6, and 5, which all travel at the same speed. Third in the speed of its counter-rotation, as it appeared to them, was the 4th whirl. 4th was number 3, and 5th number 2. The spindle itself turns in the lap of necessity. On the rim of each of its circles is perched a siren, who is carried round with it, uttering a single sound, a single musical note. All 8 together combine to produce one single harmony. There are 3 others seated in a circle at equal distances, each on a throne. These are the Fates, the daughters of necessity, Lachesis, Clotho, and Atropos. They are clothed in white, with garlands on their heads, and they sing to the accompaniment of the sirens. Lachesis sings of the past, Clotho of the present, and Atropos of the future. Clotho has her right hand on the outer circumference of the spindle, turning it at intervals. Atropos with her left hand does the same for the inner rims. Lachesis touches both inner and outer in turn, one with each hand. They themselves, when they arrived, had immediately to go before Lachesis. A kind of prophet or speaker started off by lining them up. Then from the lap of Lachesis he took numbers for drawing lots and patterns of lives. Ascending a high platform, he began to speak. The word of the maiden Lachesis, daughter of necessity. Souls, creatures of a day, here begins another cycle of mortal life and the death it brings. Your guardian spirit will not be given to you by lot. You will choose a guardian spirit for yourselves. Let the one who draws the first lot be the first to choose a life. He will then be joined to it by necessity. Virtue knows no master. Your respect or contempt for it will give each of you a greater or smaller share. The choice makes you responsible. God is not responsible. With these words he threw the lots among them all, and each picked up the lot which fell closest to him. All except He was not allowed to pick one up, but anyone who did pick one up could see clearly what number lot he had drawn. Next he spread the patterns of lives before them on the ground. There were many more of them than there were people present, and they were of every possible kind, lives of all the animals in addition to all the human lives. There were lives of tyrants among them, some lasting, others destroyed in mid-career and ending in poverty and exile, or beggary. There were lives of men distinguished, some for their looks, beauty, and in general for their strength and prowess, others for their families and the virtues of their ancestors. Lives of men who by the same criteria were not distinguished, and a similar range of women's lives as well. The overall disposition of the soul was not part of the life, because the soul is affected by the kind of life it chooses. But the other characteristics were mingled with one another, with wealth and poverty, disease and health, or with some balance between these extremes. It looks, my dear Glaucon, as if that is where the whole danger lies for a man. It is why the greatest care must be directed towards having each and every one of us disregard all other branches of study and be a follower and student of this branch of ours, in the hope that he can find and discover someone who will give him the ability and knowledge to distinguish the good life from the bad, and choose always and everywhere out of all those possible the life which is better. He must take into consideration all the things we have talked about here today, comparing them with one another and choosing between them in terms of excellence of life. He needs to know what the effect is, for good or bad, of beauty when mingled with poverty or riches, and what the effect is of noble or ignoble birth, of private life or public office, of strength or weakness, of ease or difficulty of learning, and all such matters as are connected with the soul, either by nature or acquisition, when they are all mingled with one another. Taking all these things into consideration, he must be able to choose, defining the worse and better life with reference to the nature of the soul, calling that worse which leads the soul along the road to greater injustice, and that better which leads along the road to greater justice. He will pay no attention to anything else. After all, this is the crucial choice, as we have seen, both during his lifetime and after his death. Fast as adamant must he hold to this opinion as he goes to Hades, so that even there he can avoid being distracted by evils like wealth, and so plunging into the sort of behaviour, tyranny in particular, which will make him commit countless crimes for which there is no remedy, and suffer an even worse fate himself. No, he will know how to choose the middle way in such matters, avoiding the two extremes both in this life, as far as he can, and in the whole of the life hereafter. This is the way to the greatest happiness for a man. The next thing the speaker had to say, according to this messenger from the afterworld, was this: even the last to come forward, provided he chooses sensibly and lives with integrity, has a worthwhile life before him, not a bad life. There is no cause for carelessness if you choose first, no cause for despair if you choose last. When he finished speaking, the person who had drawn the first lot came straight up and chose the greatest tyranny. In his folly and greed he did not look hard enough at what he was choosing. He had not seen that within its fate was included, among other evils, the devouring of his own children. When he did have time to look at it, he beat his breast and lamented his choice, in defiance of the instructions the speaker had issued earlier. He didn't blame himself for his misfortunes. He blamed fate, the gods, anything rather than himself. He was one of those who had come from the heavens, and in his previous life he had lived in a well-ordered society. He had had his share of virtue, but it had been a matter of habit rather than philosophy. Generally speaking, the bulk of those caught in this kind of predicament were those who had come from heaven, since they were without the experience of hardship. Most of those who came from the earth, having both suffered themselves and seen others suffer, were in no hurry to make their choice. For this reason, and because of the way the lot fell out, for the majority of the souls, There was an alternation between good and evil. However, if there is anyone who every time he enters this life here consistently pursues philosophy in the right way, then provided the way the lot falls out does not put him among the last to choose, the chances are, if Er's report is correct, not only that he will be happy here, but also that his journey from here to there and back again will be along the smooth, heavenly road, not the rough terrestrial one. This choice of lives among the various souls, said, was a sight well worth seeing, and one which commanded pity, laughter, and amazement. For the most part their choice matched the character and habits of their previous life. He saw the soul of what had once been Orpheus choose the life of a swan. His death at the hands of women had given him a hatred of the female sex, and he refused to be conceived and born of a woman again. He saw the soul of Thamyras choose the life of a nightingale. He saw a swan choose a human life by way of a change, and the same with other musical creatures. The soul which drew number 20 in the lottery chose the life of a lion. This was the soul of Ajax, the son of Telamon, shunning the life of a man as he remembered the decision over the weapons. The one after him was the soul of Agamemnon. Because of what had happened to it, this soul too had a hatred of the human race. It chose the life of an eagle instead. The soul of Atalanta had drawn a number somewhere in the middle. When she saw the wonderful prizes of a man who was an athlete, she couldn't resist them, and chose those. And after her he saw the soul of Epeus, the son of Panopeus, taking on the nature of a woman skilled in the arts. Among the very last to choose, he saw the soul of that clown Thersites, taking the form of a monkey. He also saw the soul of Odysseus, which, as it turned out, had drawn the last lot of all, coming up to make its choice. Remembering the hardships of its previous life, it rejected ambition and spent a long time wandering round looking for the life of a private citizen who minded his own business. After a long search he found one lying somewhere. It had been rejected by everyone else. When he saw it, he chose it gladly, saying he would have done the same even if he had drawn the first lot. Similarly, among the wild animals there were moves into human beings and into one another, the unjust changing into savage creatures, the just into gentle ones. Every kind of intermingling was taking place. When all the souls had chosen their lives, they approached Lachesis in the same order they had made their choices. She gave each the guardian spirit it had chosen, to go with it, watch over its life, and fulfill its choices. This spirit first brought the soul before Clotho, passing beneath her hand and the whirl of the revolving spindle, to confirm the fate which the lot had allowed it to choose. When the soul had touched her, the spirit took it to where Atropos was spinning, so making the spun thread impossible to unwind, and from there, without turning back, it went beneath the throne of necessity. When it had been under that, and when the other souls had passed through as well, they all travelled to the plain of forgetting, through terrible stifling heat, since the plain is devoid of trees or anything else the earth brings forth. By now it was getting to be evening, so they camped by the river of lost cares, whose water no vessel can hold. Drinking a limited amount of the water was compulsory for all of them, but those who were not saved by reason drank more than a limited amount, and as each drank he forgot everything he had seen. They went to sleep, and around the middle of the night there was a thunderstorm and an earthquake, and they were suddenly carried away from there upwards to their berths, all in different directions, like shooting stars. Himself was not allowed to drink any of the water. As for where and how he returned to his body, he didn't know. All of a sudden he woke up and found himself, early in the morning, lying on his funeral pyre. In this way, Glaucon, his story was saved and not lost. And so it can be our salvation, since, if we believe it, we shall pass the river of forgetting in the right way, without polluting our souls. And if we take my advice, we shall believe that the soul is immortal and capable of coping with all evils and all goods, and we shall keep always to the upper way, doing whatever we can to practice justice with wisdom. That way we shall be friends to ourselves and to the gods, both while we remain here and when we carry off our prizes afterwards, like winning athletes on their victory tour. And so, here, and on the 1,000-year journey we have described, let us farewell.